All right, I'm gonna call the Board of Selectmen meeting to order for January 18th at 6:12 p.m. Could I have a roll call, please?
Joe Shank present.
Chad Sexton Duranian present.
Veronica Cal present. All right, please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
for which
for which
it
it
stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I want to announce that the meeting is being recorded. We are not live on Channel 9 tonight, but it will be posted when the recording is available. Chairman's additions or deletions. Is there anything that we should add? I don't have anything at the moment. I didn't look to see that. I guess the only thing, I don't see it on the, looking at your, Ross, your update. The charter through the, shepherding the charter through the legislature.
Oh, yes.
Can I add that discussion
Yes, please.
under 5, we'll make it 5.1.2, is that okay? Any objection to that?
No.
All right, so we're adding 5.1.2, discussion of the charters movement through the state legislature. Sorry, I'm writing stuff down. All right, public comment period. I guess I'm gonna have to look up there.
I'll watch here. I don't see any hands.
We have some hands. Joan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jones, Way Adams Road. My comment is that I know there is a search committee for the town administrator, and I know it is a fine slate of townsfolk. However, I have also just come to realize that it's all men, and I'm sure they will be discerning and fair and open-minded, but I am asking that the board consider adding one more slot on the search committee for a woman. Thank you.
Okay, so we do have a discussion of the update on town administrator search as 5.1 on the agenda. So just to note that. All right, any other public comment? I don't see any other comments. Okay. All right, we had 3 sets of minutes for review. One is 11/16, and then also 12/21 and 1/4. So I guess let's take them one at a time. Is there a motion to accept the minutes for November 16th, 2021?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion on those minutes?
I think the formatting looks really good on this. I don't know how that happened, but that's the best that I've seen.
That was, Ross provided this format. I don't know, is this the first set of minutes that we have this format?
No, it's the first one that they all lined up.
Okay, I will tell you what I learned when I wrote the minutes for the other 2 meetings. I had to have the font the same on both columns. If the font was different on both columns, it didn't line up.
Oh, that makes sense.
So, in any event, just know that. So, the font and the font size. And the 2 columns were different in the other thing. All right, so is any other comment? Any changes, additions, deletions, anything? All right, so all those in favor of approving the minutes for November 16th?
Joe Shank, yes.
Chad Sexton Duranian, yes.
And Veronica Cal, yes. All right, that's that one. All right, 2021 minutes.
I move that we approve the December 21st, 2021 minutes.
Second.
Okay, comments. Feel free.
I don't have-
No comments, Joe?
No, they're look like the meeting I was sitting in on.
All right, so all those in favor of accepting the minutes for 12/21?
Joe Shank, yes.
Chad Sexton Duranian, yes.
And Veronica Cal, yes. Okay, then, is it-
I move that we approve minutes for January 4th, 2022.
Second.
all right, again, comments.
I didn't find anything that stood out to me.
How was the lining up of?
Yeah, it was, all of these look really good.
That took me a while. But I thought,
We're getting there.
I get that, yeah. All right, so, any comments, any changes? All right, all those in favor,
Joe Shank, yes.
Chad Sexton Duranian, yes.
and Veronica Cal, yes. So I do have a question. Chaz, are you moving these from the working minutes folder into the approved, or who is doing that?
I haven't been, but if you want me to, I'll definitely do that for you.
Because I think there's many in that folder that needs to be moved.
And
Okay, so what I'm gonna do then is I'm gonna put the minutes, I've been creating the folders with the, there are folders for previous minutes, and I created the folders with the attachments.
Mhm.
So I will put the minutes in and give the folders to the town clerk. Is that the method for doing this? Russ, I'm looking at you because I don't know the method.
They go to the town clerk, yes, but I think they also move over in the selectmen's drive to approve.
Okay,
So I can do that, sure.
okay. So I'll be the one that gives the folder with everything in it to the town clerk.
And I'll
And
move
Chaz,
to
you
the,
move the soft document. And posting on the web. So that would be neat until we get a webmaster, correct? Or does the town clerk do that? Do you know, Russ?
I thought it was done upstairs usually.
Okay. All right, I'll take care of the posting on the web. For these three. All right, moving on, section 2.1, meeting with the Townsend Affordable Housing Trust to discuss the property transfers and the ARPA allocation. So, I know we have John and Gary, are you here for Housing Trust or the buyer?
Here for fire,
But you can listen in.
unless I can't be here.
No.
No, it's fine.
You know.
It's
I
not
did.
like
You
an
get my
official
response,
meeting.
No, I'll learn.
Okay, I'm the one that put this on the agenda. And I put it on because we have 6 properties that both the town properties committee and the board of selectmen agreed could be moved to the Affordable Housing Trust. And in our ARPA allocations, which we're going to discuss later, but we had approved and it's come through that it can happen. Since there needs to be startup money for the Affordable Housing Trust, you can't do anything if you don't have funds to be able to do things with. So we had voted to transfer $100,000 of the ARPA funding to affordable housing, and it is approved. We'll talk about the approved things from our consultant who's looking at these for that, these allocations for whether or not they're allowable. So what I would like to know, I guess, from the trust is next steps. Where do we go with this? I could contact Adam to find out, does the money stay in the town or does it go to the trust? Because if it goes to the trust, there are reporting requirements that the trust will have to the federal government, the US Treasury Department, just like the town's reporting goes to the federal government for these funds. It doesn't go to the state. So what we need to know, and you can also research this if you like, where do the funds sit? Do they sit with the town and get spent by the trust? Chaz, do you know the answer to this? Or
Yes, I know the answer, and the answer is no. The trust has to control the funds.
then in that case, the trust needs to do some sort of accounting to get things in place so that we can transfer the funds to you, we the town. And then you will do as needed to support affordable housing with those funds,
Sure.
okay?
So, but here's the thing, please, so, are you Mike?
No.
Oh, sorry, I've never met Mike in person, or one of our board members. So we'll do anything. However, gonna need some hand holding or some direction, please. And so we do not have the Affordable Housing Trust does not have a bank account at this time. Do I get one for us?
So my suggestion would be that meaning the Housing Authority and your organization can meet. I suggest we meet with Adam and his at the end of the month.
On his Tuesday night?
Yes, and I know that the Housing Authority has an account that was set up for seed money when Townsend Woods was built. And I had preliminary conversations in regards to transferring that over to the, there's like $135 or something in there. Transferring that to change the name and all that, or cancel that account and just have you guys open up your own account.
Okay.
That's what needs to clear through town council. And then once that account is set up with 2 signatories for it, for the trust, then the monies can be transferred to that particular trust.
So that means that the trust and the town need to work out how we're gonna change the deed so that the trust owns those 6 properties.
Correct.
And then we will transfer the funds to the trust once the trust has an account and whatever you need to set that up.
Right.
And then those funds can be used for seed money to get a project going, hopefully on one of those properties.
Right.
What are the addresses?
Yeah.
Well, that was one comment I was gonna make, Gary. So the addresses of the properties that I've seen only are, there's nothing, they're not addresses per se, they're map and numbers, but they don't match with any other map and numbers, and we really kind of need a drive-by.
Okay, so I can tell you where they were because we drove around town.
Right.
So 2 of them are on Haynes Road, Wallace Hill Road. One goes off of Haynes, one goes off of Wallace Hill. And that one actually has, I believe, 2 things, 2 entrances. There's also a small piece on Haynes Road. So there's a big piece, a small piece. Then South Row Road, there's a large piece there with an entrance, probably all wet. Might want to consider talking to Fish and Wildlife on that one. The others are off of Elm Street West. I'm trying to remember, I want to say Bayberry Hill Road. There are 2 kind of 3-acre parcels there with frontage. And there's one further west. I can't remember that one. I don't want to make a mistake and target anything. But they are 6 town-owned parcels. So off of Wallace Hill Road and Haynes, off of South Row Road, off of Elm Street West. It's not on Elm Street West, it's the road that goes to the left there, and it's not Bayberry. Bayberry is the one farther west. It's the road that's right out here.
Blood.
Blood.
Madam Chair, what I would like to do is to take my board, the board, we all should all go and look at these properties together, and quite frankly, I could not, it's impossible to find them, so we could use some help on that.
Oh, I can find it.
You give me the maps and and,
Yeah, Gary, you probably.
So I think there needs to be a meeting of the Affordable Housing Trust, but let me just say that Adam's office hours are Tuesday,
Yeah.
the 25th, a week from today.
So I'll
And
get,
so you need to get on the schedule for that.
Yeah.
So email Misty.
Yeah.
She's in tomorrow and Monday.
all right. Thank you.
Dave,
If someone can give me the list, I can give you what's going on with water and that. Bayberry, I would put last on your list if you're gonna develop it. The one on South Road, the back of the property goes to Hickory.
I don't know about that. I would have to look. I don't know for sure.
Right, if it's a piece I'm thinking of.
Okay, so I'm gonna have the Affordable Housing Trust look at the properties and decide.
Right.
What were you gonna say, Gary?
as a member of the Affordable Housing Trust, I like to insulate myself. I think I'd like to have a conversation. Is it possible to find an intermediary fiduciary that eliminates our need to touch the money so that we can make a request to some other organization that just handles the money? There's not enough money there for me to want to invite someone who would question of any level of impropriety ever as to how that money was used. So if we start off with a check and balance on the front side of it, if it's appropriate, I would be more comfortable as a member, but I just don't like to open myself up to any level of exposure.
That's excellent.
I think that's a good
That's an
idea.
excellent.
Yes, and
Yeah.
the whole reason behind a trust is so that it's not in the municipality itself. It's a nonprofit type thing. And again, that would be something that I would say that you'd need to talk with town council in regards to that.
So as a trustee, sorry if I cut you off, Chad,
That's
as a
okay.
trustee of the local foundation, I'm a little bit aware, when you think you're aware, you're only a little bit aware of some of the challenges that could come. And I would just like to make sure that we're in front of that rather than on the receiving end of any questions.
Very
Yep.
good.
Joan, I might point you in the direction of MPH, Massachusetts Partnership for Housing.
Yes, yes, yep,
They can help you out with that type of thing, and I believe that they can actually help you with the steps to how to get that set up, what Mr. Shepherd's talking about.
thank you. I've sat in on some of their webinars. I'll just start reaching out. Thanks. So we'll get to be understanding this pretty quickly. We hope.
Yep, there's also DHCD has several different departments that you can contact that specifically deal with housing trusts.
Oh, great, thanks.
I can give you some of that information.
Thank you very much.
So next steps are to meet with Adam, to get questions answered, to touch base with MPH.
Yeah.
And then also to call a meeting of the housing trust so that people on the trust are aware of what's going on and can voice their thoughts on the process.
I wanted to get the trust together to see the properties real soon. That would be my first move.
Right, and you can get I forget what it's called, the title sheet or whatever. You can get that from the assessor's office.
I have that, and it doesn't match any maps or like parcels or anything.
Oh, yeah, it does match.
Yeah, it does.
parcel.
It
It
does?
Yeah.
absolutely does, yeah.
Did you get the maps in the lots? I can figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, it's, yes, they all match.
So maybe
They
the
don't-
first thing, maybe the first bit of information I got was something else then. Okay,
Ron,
we'll
did you have
figure
the
that
map-
out.
you have the map lot and page, all that?
Yeah, I think I have the maps
If
too.
you send
but I'll
it, if
pull
you
them.
send it to Joan and she copies me, that'd be fine.
How about, could you send it to well, yeah, and I'll send it to the whole board, sure.
That sounds
Okay.
good. I am currently the BOS desk on the housing trust. Unless you guys would like to. change that.
Oh, you're doing just fine.
So is there anything else you would like to say to us, please?
No, that was it. I just
That's it.
wanted to get that going, to make you aware that funds are coming your way. things they will sit right where they are in the town coffers
Mhm.
until the trust knows what it's doing.
Okay,
Same with the properties. The properties that are still owned by the town. But we did vote to transfer them to the trust, so that transfer has to happen. But nothing happens without money. So
Right.
okay.
Right.
And aside, has anyone heard anything, concerning the state's willingness to swap land? If that were ever to be a thing with us?
I think that they're not gonna make a blanket statement on that. My feeling is if you have something to swap, talk to them.
Mhm.
That's all.
Okay, thanks.
So. Thank you very much.
Sure.
And, all right, moving on to 2.2, meeting with Jean Romola to discuss the section 15 package store. All alcohol liquor license for 251 Main Street, which is Honeyland Farm. So would you like to come up to the table and talk to us?
Two of the people who are on the Zoom. Who are they?
And they are,
Ani, I see him, yeah.
Yeah. And this is Apurva.
And then Apava Shah. So the two of them own as husband and wife and operate sort of as a non-par operation. Ani's corporation, the Kenny Corp, is a DBA Honeyland Farms. She's the manager of Honeyland. She's the applicant to be the manager for the applicant corporation, Kenny Corp. Her husband, his involvement in the transaction, it's his LLC that owns the real estate and leases it to the business. They have a 40-year lease. They'd like to submit an application for the all alcohol license. Come here to ask a couple of questions about the application itself. And then if there was any reaction to the request for this license that we could answer for the board directly. And in the application process, there's a section for financial disclosure. And it involves the costs associated, I'm reading from it, the license transaction, including the property price and the business assets. They acquired the property in April of 2011, and they have a mortgage on the property. So it's just a matter of submitting a correct application. Is the purchase price for the real estate disclosed in this transaction as that original amount that was paid over 10 years ago? Because they're not actually acquiring any property to become licensed. They already own the property that they're requesting a license for. So we'll put down whatever it might be that you feel is required to complete this application for the agency. And similarly, there's source of financing. We have the bank loan financing transaction. There'd be no cash contributions other than as owners of the business that they're getting this additional permit for. But if there's some need to additionally elaborate, that was sort of the guidance we were looking for in terms of that type of application. The other guidance is for the location itself. Does the selectmen board have any policy or aware of any of the requirements of notice that would make this location, just not under the review of the town. A proper location lawfully to site an alcoholic license. In the past, we know there's been a package store there, and around, under different times of use.
Do you want an answer now, or do you want to
No,
wait until
only-
you ask all your questions?
These are the questions. We're gonna file the application and see what they.
So did you get this paperwork? Read number 9.
Yes, that's number 9. One of 4.
How far does an establishment selling alcoholic beverages have to be from a church or school? I think that applies in this case, so you would want to read number 9.
Oh, no, that's what I was saying that when I was first addressing, so that is in effect. I had spoken with the building inspector
Okay,
earlier.
so you're aware.
I was wondering if the town was enforcing that.
Is that
Well-
a state, right?
These are questions and answers put out by the ABCC, yes. So it's not a state reg as such. I mean, I don't have the regulations in
Well,
front
it
of me, but I'm
says
looking at
section
the question.
16C. So it says no specified distance, however, under section 16C, premise located within a radius of 500 feet of a school or church shall not be licensed to sell alcoholic beverage unless the LLA determines in writing and after hearing that the premise are not detrimental to the educational spiritual activities of that church.
So that we were leaving to the hearing. How that, there's obviously a large question there in your application, whatever the outcome of the decision of this board is.
I just wanted to point out.
So there was, in some circumstances, I know 1,000-foot buffer zone. And 500 was suggested when I came in to inquire, but it's not a strict exclusion. So in making the application, if one decides upon hearing the public comment, does this board have any discretion to grant someone a license of a lesser nature, a beer and wine license?
I didn't see anything that was exclusively here. In here. Did you?
No, I just want to this board in this review. My transactions in towns and have always been transfer of existing licenses. It's not, never one from scratch. And the process is to come through this form far more simplified. In the old days, it was a far more lengthy detailed form.
So did you get anything in writing from the building inspector,
No, it was just discussion.
which is what this is?
Through the abutters list and things like that, that determines a number of things.
Right.
Madam Chair.
So,
Are you done?
yeah, I'm done. That's what,
That was the,
coming for the reaction. Is there any reaction back on hearing?
Joe, go
May I
ahead.
speak? Thank you. First of all, Gene, as a business owner in town, I think we need to support local business. By all means, we gotta do what we gotta do. My only concern I have here is we've been in other meetings and we sat through a bunch of different slides and options about kind of fixing some of the issues we have with the type of curb cuts that we have. And I do know that Honey Farm was one of the biggest concerns the state had with the wide open curb cut everywhere, no real in or outs. So for me, I think that would have to be something we'd have to discuss, that if it was to go forward, and I'm all in favor of seeing business in town. I don't want to have another business come and hurt another business by no means, but that's part of reality. But if we know that we have an issue there, that the state's already stated, that maybe that would have to be something that we'd have to talk about to say, okay, well, if we move forward, maybe we gotta have that delineated, so you got an in and you got an out. It's really a bad spot right there, especially with the traffic backing up, everything, and cars come from every different direction. That's my only concern as far as business. I think we need all the business we can get in town.
That actually had been discussed.
Yeah,
I brought it up with my client, so now that gave us a better definition of what the issue was with, but one who views those entrances and exits one knows inherently there is a problem.
Yeah, just, it's wide open just about.
Yeah.
Come and go wherever you want, and that's not good.
And you can only turn it 270 degrees looking from all directions.
good chat. Anything before I make mine?
I don't, I too am all for businesses in town. I would be equally as concerned with because we have talked about the handicap accessible with the sidewalks and all of that. That's all part of something that we're looking into. If that issue was addressed and the abutters have been talked to, outside of any other the requirements that I'm not aware of that I'll look more into, that's all I really have a concern with right now.
The number 4 in this paper shows that there is all alcohol beverages, wine only, malt beverages only, wine and malt beverages. So that answers the you can do different types
Yeah,
of licenses. My
one at
concern
a time though, I think is the application process. As I was wondering
that one of 4 categories.
if you
So
determine,
pick-
if you start with an all alcohol, could this board grant something lesser?
We would
without a
have to
reapplication?
discuss.
I don't know that.
I think that you apply for what you want. And I don't know if there are, okay, so you applied, if you're denied, can you come back? Is there a time period? I don't know that.
So,
And then the other thing, I guess my concern is Thursday nights on the common. There are a lot of kids and a lot of kids that go to hunting farms. Doesn't mean they can't walk further down the road to the package store. But I have a concern about that, but that's not for the application. That's for discussion after, but when the application is actually in front.
Mhm.
I just will say that I do have a concern about that, and we do have, it says that we've issued 5 of them. So I don't really know who holds the liquor licenses. We are allowed 14, if I'm reading this right.
mhm.
Total available in quota. So, but I don't know exactly what. So we're allowed 19, we have 13, so we do have available licenses, I think. is the answer.
Isn't that only in wine and malt? I think it's
There are 5
There are
in wine and
categories,
malt,
yeah.
total available is 4. If I'm reading this right. We're allowed 14 in all, for everything.
Mhm.
And total available is 9. So there are 5 all liquor licenses and 1 wall.
I believe the 14 are for on-premise retail. This is off-premise, right?
Right.
No.
This is a
So
package
the
store.
category, you have to, I know what
I
it
mean,
is.
this is essentially a package store that you're talking about, right?
Not a restaurant.
It's not a restaurant, but it still falls under, doesn't it fall under here?
I think it falls under off-premise retail.
Well, if that's the case,
In that
it's
case,
not allowed.
well, in that case, the only thing you have available are wine and malt.
Right.
Because I think the town is allowed 2 package store 2 off-premise retail licenses, and they've issued those 2.
Right. So there, yeah, we're allowed, but I see what you're saying, the on-prem, I was just looking at on-premise, I didn't realize the difference, so, okay.
Yeah,
So there's
it's
4
like
wine
on
and malt, so the all liquor doesn't apply here, if that's correct.
That's what I would do.
You've reached the quota, is that?
We only have 2 allowed and 2 are issued, which are probably the wine, milk, and the package
That's
store.
what it is. And
Yeah.
At one time, it was 3.
Well, the third, there is a third license,
But that was
probably to,
Bob Chambers, so
so there are 4 WMs available.
Wine
WM.
and malt.
Wine and malt. What's WMC then? Anyway,
Cordials, I think.
oh, okay, and we don't have,
That's a restaurant type category.
all right. So all we have available are wine and beer.
Cocktails.
Yeah, but I don't think it's primarily it's cordials. Because the AD is all beverages, which includes distilleries.
Madam Chair,
Yeah,
can I ask a question
you can ask.
to Jane? Jane, so if there's one other liquor license out there that we're not sure who it is, has your client tried to, confront, talk to him, find out if he could buy that and get it transferred?
No, it's not an all.
It's not an all.
It's not, it's a wine and beer, same as what's available. So,
I was just wondering, how that ended up. There's a mathematics. And when the review was done in the Fitchburg office, you got really close attention to what was available. The sale and transfer is the most likely way to get an existing license. So whether or not the estate still has that license and the right property right. That would be the only one that I would be aware of.
but it doesn't matter, because
Yeah,
we have
because-
4 more available.
We have 4 more wine and malt, wine and
We have
beer.
4 more
licenses.
wine and malt.
The only one would be is that used to be a population-based determination, towns had shrunk.
Well, I think the selectmen just signed a population statement that said there was no change.
Right.
But
That
like-
no
like- like
seasonal.
from when there was 3.
We
It's
signed
come
the no
down.
seasonal population. I don't remember signing one saying there was no change in population.
Correct. I remember you signed something that was no change in seasonal is fine.
Right.
I have some homework to do. We'll submit our application.
You heard some of our concerns and, by all means, business is welcome in Townsend. The more we get, the better it is.
That's true, however. All right, thank you very, very much for your time.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
Corva and,
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you, guys.
thank you. Yeah, we will address all your concerns.
All right, thank you. All right, moving on to 2.3, meet with the acting fire chief to discuss and consider voting fire department organizational changes, budgets, and surplus equipment. So Gary, if you'd like to come up here.
If I sit here and drop my mask, is that appropriate? Can you hear me or do I sound muffled with the?
I think you have to have your mask on,
I think
unfortunately.
you have to have your mask.
Yeah,
on.
in town hall, we have to all wear
Can
it.
you hear me? reasonably?
Yeah, we can hear you reasonable.
All right, well, we'll
You're a
do-
man that speaks
We'll
up.
do it from here unless you want me sitting up gracing the table with my presence around it.
I would like you to grace the table with your presence.
Oh, boy.
You're in charge.
Right into the L.
That way you don't have to fuck that around.
Oh, not the L.
Thank you.
We get a first-hand view.
What you're viewing. So thank you for your time tonight and thank you for allowing me to be the acting chief, both to the town and the select board for having the faith that I might be able to carry it out. Most importantly, tonight, the folks on the Townsend Fire Department and EMS, all the men and women have done an outstanding job, in my opinion, over the past almost 2 years with what we've been facing. And where do I begin? And I think I need to begin with my goal and objective here is to maintain a level of service that not only has the town of Townsend come to expect, but I think is needed as we look around the country, look around the state, or even our greater local area with the challenges that have been having in finding folks to respond, being able to treat medically the demands and the needs, whether there's been diversions at the local hospitals or holdups that people have got to sit in waiting rooms or whatever. The more that we can do, the more comfort it gives to folks in this community, whether they be traveling through or residents or taxpayers. So where do we begin? The budget. There's some questions, there's some statements. You can either interrupt me or I can ask along the way, or I could just flow with it and then we could come back. I'm not necessarily looking for any definitive answers tonight, although it would be nice because I think Ross would like to have the proposed budget, which I'm virtually prepared to give you. I think for the sake of this conversation, when we get into budgets, might have enough. So, Veronica. The union, the budget as it sits today, approximately 1.3 million. We finalized the union contract recently. My shot off the hip would be the delta from what we had to what was negotiated and approved by the town. Does that increase the budget, or is that something that I have to absorb within my budget? Don't expect that answer right now. But there is a change from what we agreed. There was some give and take, and there will be a delta, and how does that get factored in? The next question, a point that I'd like to bring up is there's been no increases, and I can't say to you whether it's been 3 years, 4 years, 5 years for per diems, which are the paramedics that we rely on to fill shifts that round out a 24/7 schedule. So to be more competitive in the budget that I just handed you, or the proposed budget that I just handed you, I put a bump of $3 an hour. Now, there's a great benefit there. There's no insurance or other benefits for these folks. And it allows us to be able to fill out those spots. The challenges that,
Is that 5112? Like if you reference line items?
no, 112. Yes. Yeah. So the challenge is that another challenge that adds to or compounds the problem is that many communities don't want their paramedics during the pandemic leaving their town where they're getting all their benefits and moonlighting, if you will, in another community so they can pick up other income. So it just really exemplifies the challenges in the communities that there's more overtime being paid for folks to be able to fill those slots. So the SAFER grant you may or may not have heard of, which is 100% funding for up to 3 years to support personnel. Number of communities are applying for it. We are looking into it and intend to apply as well, but we have also recognized that there is a 3-year cap on that. The next piece that I'd point out is our paid call firefighters have had no increase since I can't tell you when, more than 5 years. And quite frankly, that's the best bargain in town from my perspective. You're getting minimum wage on some of those folks up to $17, middle of the night, middle of the day, drop what they're doing, race down, hop on a fire truck, go to a house, drag a hose around, do whatever, and only get $17, $34, whatever it is for the period of time that they're there. But we require them to train every Tuesday. We require them to have certifications of firefighter 1, 2. We require them to have first responder training. We require to have all of that, and we really don't compensate them. And I haven't included an increase in there, and it's probably not going to earn the extra points, but that is the very high level of where we're at on the budget that you're seeing. The second.
Gary, can I interrupt you?
Sure.
5120, is that what you're talking about for the on-call firefighters?
Yes,
So you have a 0 in the percent change column, but what you have in the fiscal year is 90,000, which is not a 0% increase.
I understand that. I understand that. And I can break that down for you a little bit further as we go on. This is so, let me, hold on a minute, if I can, to clarify this. The budget, from my interpretation, from my predecessor, and everyone has a different management style, everyone has a different way of handling a budget or management. So whether my style is accurate or inaccurate, I haven't found the previous budget that I've struggled with for a little while to be accurate to what it represents. So I know it does show, it goes from 79,000 to 90,000 there.
Yes, and
right?
and
Is that
that
your-
is an increase.
I get that's an increase, but
Okay, thank you.
let's dig into this a little bit more if we can, Veronica. Whether we do it here, we do it in a work session, is totally up to you.
Keep going.
But I'm gonna go back to where I was, if that's all right.
Yeah,
Our supplies have increased by as much as 300%. The overtime budget, back to some of that other stuff, where the money has been being moved to represent what's been needed versus what's allowed. So if the $90,000 was part of a $79,000 line item, the actual usage may have been, depends on how you follow it. Ross has got one set of numbers, and I use the town accountant's numbers as far as line item numbers. The actual usage may have been at 90,000. So we can dig into that. But the 300% increase, for instance, gloves have gone up a number. There hasn't been very much that has gone down. I haven't found anything that's gone down. Our fuel line, which is automatically deducted, it appears that we have $20,000 annually, and based on fuel prices, it appears in my budget, which I've got another one here, that I've only got $4,900 left. So the alignment of the funds has become a little bit of a challenge. Now, back to part of your statement, Veronica, we have run 5 different scenarios on our personnel, all personnel. And we've chosen this one. I would like to be able to get 5 people during the day, 2 two-man crews, and a 5th person that acts as an admin, acts with fire prevention, acts in a number of other different roles to be able to do that. So that is all incorporated into that budget that you've seen. Now, the level of service, I think, is maintained, but it has not been adequately reflective during the pandemic for the levels of exposure. That, I hope, is reflected in the budget proposal that you've got in front of you. We've received 2 recent grants. One last week for $13,000 for equipment, and a second one will be for a product. It will be a ventilator that goes to my first statement, to be able to provide adequate service or better service. So if someone's having difficulty breathing, there'll be 3 in the region. We should receive one of those, that the medics will be able to perform some of that, either for transport or if something becomes very critical at the scene. Recently, we've done some, what I would consider, spectacular programs for cardiac arrest. For instance, we've been able to restore a life by performing much what emergency room would do right in the house, right on the bedroom floor. And with this added ventilator, it should be able to provide us a higher level of care and eliminate some of the challenges that we face. So that's where we're at. We've got a couple more grants that we're waiting on, that we intend to apply for in March. And I know there's a new grant writer in town. So that's a very high level of where I'm at, and I could drill down as much as you want before I get into the next topic. Any questions?
I guess what I'd like is for you, when you're talking, reference lines on this, so that we kind of know where we're going.
Sure. So if I may, it's in this section. Give me a second, Veronica. For instance, if you look at salaries and wages, 5,100, department head, it shows with the town accountant as line 5,100. In the budget line that goes in front of town meeting, this has been one of my challenges, it's line 345. So I'm trying to get all, and I can share that with you if you'd like it. I'm trying to get all numbers to represent, you can see the number on the far left.
Okay, so this is what's in the town meeting book, essentially, is what you said. I guess I'm just saying that, well, I don't mind the 5,100 or whatever, just what I would like you to do is refer to what you're looking at here on this budget.
Okay, so I'm gonna stay with the 5,100 months,
Yes,
or the 5,000 months.
yes.
Okay, that's fine. So that is the very high level of the budget. It's what I'm proposing right now is $107,000. I'm gonna begin to transition into my next talking point.
So 107,000 is the overall
Increase.
increase across the whole department. So expenses and salaries compared to last year is what you're.
Correct. Now that puts us from 1.3 to 1.4, 1,413,000. So it's just, right now, it's just over 1.3 million. And we're gonna go to 1.47, 1,413,000. Now, my personal opinion, we've been up 149 calls in the calendar year 2021. I've looked at ambulance reserve receipt account. I'm jumping 2 sections ahead, but I can. Currently, or as of the last recording in October, the ambulance reserve receipt account was at 387,720. The questions that I've been waiting for, what was the amount that was used last year out of that? What type of residual was there? And what has been the increase if we look at a 3-year period and do a review or our own little audit to understand what type of increases we've had that reflect the 149 additional calls or transports that we've done in this calendar year. Now, in very simplistic terms, and nothing is as simplistic as we'd like it to be, my approach from a private business versus how a public entity works, ultimately, I would ask that we look at that reserve account, how much is used for the bond for the ambulance and other things that are transferred out, how much has been used historically to support our budget. And if there is a delta between that over the 3 years, just say it's 117,000, 107,000, then it becomes, to me, simple request to say we'd like to pick up that $107,000 if we could. I don't expect that answer tonight either. Now that's, I jumped ahead 2 sections on that.
But we don't have the ambulance receipt account numbers. You didn't put those in there.
They're not that, well, that adds the challenge too. I have those and it's not part of this. It's separate. I will get you that number if you'd
Okay.
like it. If you'd like it,
No.
I'll get you that.
That's fine. Go ahead.
I don't think I have it here. I had it this morning, but I didn't think you'd ask that question, but I can get you that. That's easy. So I'm gonna go back, or actually ask if you've got any more questions, go ahead, and then we'll get back to that.
I guess my question is, you had asked about, but you said you were gonna run with 5 people during the day, 2 two-man crews and 1 admin.
Right.
What do you do now?
Right now, we're out of a chief. I'm a part-time chief,
Right.
so we don't have that resource. We're backfilling slots right now with overtime, per diems, and first responders to fill those slots.
So you don't normally have people in the station during the day?
No, we staff 24/7.
And what's the staff normally?
So we got 6 full-time people that we use, and we rotate them on shifts. And then there's myself as an administrator, if you will, part-time. And we fill up the rest of those slots with per diems and paid calls and first responders. But if you look at the budget, I don't know if I passed it around, I have three budgets right here. I don't have enough for everybody, since you like to do numbers, Veronica. I'm gonna give you one. Anybody else wants one? You can have one. Those will show multiple hundred times over, if I gave you the right one, increases in the overtime budget. Look at the percent variation on additional gross overtime. It's 176% as of 12/23 on the line that you have, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 lines down.
You're going with additional gross overtime fire EMS,
Yeah, percent variation.
189.
That would be line 5130.
Yeah,
So I'm trying to correct that. We're halfway through the year, we're 176% over budget. Now, that's been traditionally how it's worked, that I know in the past 2 fiscal years. So it hasn't represented what's really happening. And that is part of the challenge, back to your statement of, it doesn't show as a 0% increase. However, I'm trying to use the most accurate numbers that represent the activity that's going on in the department now.
okay, so let me ask my question again.
Sure.
You're proposing 5 people during the day. How many people do you have during the day now?
6.
6 people during the day.
It could be as low as 3. And at nights.
But if you were running as you expected, you have 6 people during the day,
That's the most.
not counting you.
That's the most. We can't control that. That's the variable. That's why I want to add a person. We'll get to that on the organization. Not expecting answers today, and it's taken me.
Okay, I'm not following, but keep talking. Maybe
So
I will
it's
follow
taken-
after.
It's taken me 5 months to get here, and I haven't had any warm up. So I don't expect, and if you could get to this point in 10 minutes, then I would ask you to take over.
Well, no, that won't happen, but keep going.
You don't want another job?
Madam Chair, can I ask a question? I mean, I know I'm
No,
not
we're
really
gonna let
involved.
Eric keep talking.
No, I just a simple question, if I can, if that's fine.
No, we'll get back to you.
Okay.
We're still on there.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So the
Eric. I don't
most,
mean to be,
the
I'm just trying to
most, the
understand.
most that we would have during the day would be 6
Now,
now, the most. But commonly 3 to 4 run every day. And we try to run 2 at night. Problem we're having at nights right now is some of the per diem, what we call bang out, they can't come in. We have to bring a full-time person in, pay them overtime, and then we get a first responder or an EMT or someone to run with that person so nobody's running alone. And we provide ALS transport and non-transport service, not only to Townsend, but to the other communities. The water's about to get muddy, buckle up. And in doing so, we're providing a level of care, not only immediately to us, but we generate a little bit of revenue from those other communities. And if we were to look at eliminating our ALS service, the model that I've run is that savings isn't that great unless you just get back to something very basic. Now, Lunenburg and Pepperell are trying to increase, from my knowledge, I hope I qualify it as that, they increase their level of ALS transport and non-transport service, where they will need a precip, Lunenburg, they need someone to oversee their level of service so they can get to that point. And if we were to back off of what we're doing at this level, my concern is there is not a close by ALS service that we can rely on at the level that we are currently operating on, so that if there was a call for a cardiac arrest and we can't get there quickly and administer all the care and tools that we have, and we have to rely on a local community under mutual aid to come to us, or go out a little bit further to Fitchburg to a private entity and have them come in, what is the cost of a life? What is the cost of that service? So that model doesn't work for me. We could get into that, but it's very muddy.
I don't understand why we would want to eliminate ALS anyway.
I don't, but the topics come up, so I might as well pull it right out and put the elephant in the room that folks have said. And there were even concerns back when I took over in September, you're here to eliminate ALS. I'm like, no, I'm not here to eliminate
Who
ALS.
said that? I don't think we ever
We
did.
have never talked about
It doesn't have to come from here. It just has to be floating out there. And if
Okay,
anyone
all
were to
right.
tell me that Townsend doesn't have a rumor mill, I'd be shocked.
Yeah, Facebook.
Okay,
What is
so
ALS, please?
Advanced life support.
advanced life support.
Thank you.
So to make a pitch for what our paramedics can do, they can arrive at a cardiac arrest where the person is virtually dead. And we can administer all the drugs that bring a rock back to a pulse. If we can't get into a vein or an artery, we can drill into the leg. They can intubate. Now they'll be able to put a ventilator on it. They'll be able to put a Lucas on the chest, mechanically, externally, make the heart pump to the best of its ability, get it ready to transport, and then choose by monitoring in the ambulance or in the house, what's the best location, communicate with an ultrasound, the movement in the heart, the movement in the body. These are all high-level care that is not readily available. So,
Thank you.
watching the time.
And the key piece of that is, it's not readily available in the surrounding towns.
Correct. Right.
So if we were to decide to cut costs by eliminating ALS, it's not like you just call the next town over and
Can't
have
do it.
them cover this.
Can't do
Townsend is unique in this area, and I think has a vital service to the residents that can't be replicated just by saying, well, we'll call another town.
You know, and I'll speak just a little bit here on that. I mean, in behalf of, for you and bless your dad, he started a lot of this EMS stuff and life support and all that, and he ran it for many, many years, and we got a level of service in this community that was unheard of. I mean, we had people that were dedicated. That's why other towns came to us and asked us to grow. By all means, we have to keep what we have. I just think Gary hit the nail on the head as far as the ambulance reserve accounts. As a retired firefighter, and I watched that whole transfer of money every year that Mr. Shepherd would do out of the ambulance reserve fund, funding different things. I don't think that's been going that way. And I think Mr. Shepherd's on the right track to try to figure out how to best use that money and not, as far as what I'm concerned, what I've seen, taking some of that money and paying payroll. That isn't where it should be. I know for a fact that we used to buy all our ambulances. They used to have enough money every year to buy the ambulances. Now we're leasing ambulances. So the way that that has been run, and I'm going to say in the past 5 years, maybe 6 years, really has to turn around and go in the direction I think Mr. Shepherd's talking. We got to figure this out. Keep that support out there. We have some really great qualified first responders, EMTs, paramedics. We ought to be proud of what we got, and we need to support it.
We need the support of the town to be able to maintain that platform in which these folks work from.
I agree.
So that's the high point. And Veronica, I'm sure I'm not the only topic on the meeting list tonight. So if there's, I'm happy to come back. I'm happy to provide the 5 models that we've done. I think this is the most effective, but not the most desirable. And then I'd like to dive into the organization.
Okay, so can I ask a question?
It's your meeting.
5130, overtime, full-time personnel. Why doesn't that change? Why is it so far over budget?
Well-
And what can be done to change that?
So part of this first sheet, my proposed budget that I gave you,
Right.
which when I get into the organizational part, by adding a person, which will be able to be offset by the delta of the overtime at time and a half. So right now, we're paying an awful lot of money in time and a half. Enough
Yes, we
so,
are.
enough so that if in a very simplistic world, you were to take that amount of money, you could partly fund another person. And if you look at the second sheet that I gave you, line 5111, it says full-time operation lieutenant, 64,592.
Did I get that sheet?
I did, I gave it to you. It's the second one I gave you. Maybe it's right in front of you.
What number is it, Gary?
5111,
It's the fourth one down.
yes. 64,592. And if you go all the way over to the percent variable, it's at 0%. Hasn't been used at all.
Right? Go ahead, keep talking.
So that person left a year ago, 2 years ago, whatever year it was. That slot has never been filled and that money has been moved around to offset it. Part of my proposal, we bring a person back into that capacity, which is part of the organizational topic. And we reduce the amount of overtime and we reduce the time and a half piece. We give more stability to our scheduling. So I don't have to use overtime help and call in extra shifts of folks that have been there for 48 hours. And we use that money, we reduce the overtime, we increase a little bit and add a second person, and that should stabilize that. But I also think, Veronica, I hope to answer your question to say that if we look since the pandemic, the budget in the budget reporting does not accurately reflect the impact of the pandemic. Because you can't get people to come in.
Right.
The reduction in people available has gone down, and that number hasn't been either moved from 5111 up to the overtime budget, or the person filled at 5111 to be able to reduce the overtime, to be able to give an adequate reflection. In the budget that I'm proposing to you, under the 5 scenarios, should get our overtime budget. I believe one of my scenarios had 50,000. I don't know if that one is the one that you've got for overtime for the entire year for everyone. And I think that's more than adequate, but there is an overtime line under the first one that I gave you. And that would be overtime, full-time personnel, 27,000.
Yeah, but if you look at fiscal year 23, it's 100,000.
Right now it's 27,000.
For FY 22.
Correct.
So
So
what does the FY 23 column reflect then?
FY 23.
The proposed,
Oh, the 100,000?
yeah.
Okay.
Well, it looks like the actual year-to-date this year, halfway through the year, is 51,000 over budget on overtime. So
That is
if you
correct.
extrapolate that out to a full year, it's about $100,000.
So I think, Veronica, and I've spent, I wouldn't say a month, but I spent a fair amount of time on this, and I'd be more than happy to meet with you privately down there and go over in detail where we are to give you the comfort zone. I'm just trying to move the ball along on a Tuesday night, so we're not here late.
Okay.
Well, I think, and we're not really doing line by line budget discussions. It's the question is whether creating a position of a fire protection
Fire
/
prevention.
admin makes sense, and then backfilling that with a new lieutenant position, or actually a position that's been budgeted, just not occupied, but a new person. And those, it seems to me, are major budget operational changes, right?
So let me shift now to organization. And I hope that some of your questions will become answered in this. I have, if it goes well, it's we, if it doesn't go well, it'll be I. I have eliminated one decision maker there so that we have a chain of command and a flow of information that is somewhat systematic. So there is one person now in charge of day-to-day operations down there. I'm moving the second captain. My proposal would be to move the second captain to fire prevention with a role to work to integration of the new comm center, which is another challenge unto its own, from Neshoba at Fort Devens to Patriot and Pepperell, and I think that we're working well. I've had some conversation with the Pepperell Communications Director and offered some support in that. That's a very complicated challenge. It involves a lot of agencies and a lot of information. So by moving this second captain into fire prevention in the new comm center role, and then he would work for community interactions, permits, and then would be called up in the event of a person banging out into a daytime position so that he could work on the ambulance or he could work on a fire. He could do some of that rather than hiring an admin with no emergency services background.
Okay, so the person that you're talking about right now is 5110,
I don't know that I've given that person a number.
fire prevention captain.
Yes.
So where's the first captain? If he's the second captain,
Be
where's
par-
the first captain in this list?
He would be a full-time paramedic captain.
And is he in this list right here?
Yep, I think he's probably gonna be on,
The operational full-time paramedic?
no,
No.
he would be down at 5, he would be the new 5111. Whether he becomes deputy chief or he remains as a captain at 88,000. Oh, to
So
100.
it's the deputy chief
Well,
is the first captain that you're referring to.
little, yes, the operational person. Be in charge of day-to-day operations,
The deputy chief.
yes.
Okay.
This
thank
is
you.
all part of a proposal that I gotta get through the
Right.
operational part for you to get to the understanding of that.
Okay, I'm just trying to follow where you are,
Okay.
okay?
And
So when you say
whether,
first
and-
captain, I'm looking for first captain and I don't see first captain
yeah, he's
or
probably,
playing captain.
well, captain.
Okay, so go
captain
ahead,
like
keep
captain, so. Then I'd like to, so I've got the medical captain, he's gonna become a deputy chief, medical director, ambulance director in charge. There'll be a role change of a full-time person moving up into that lieutenant spot. That would be an EMS coordinator that's responsible for all the interactions between the state and the folks on the ground as to what is the responsibility of the tracking, the monitoring, and making sure all of our medical supplies are up to date. That's all factored into this budget. And then so that person would be a new person, whether it comes from within or it comes from an out. I didn't bring, and I do have the advertisements for those positions. When I raced out the door this evening, I did not bring them, but we do have that. So we'll advertise within. If it doesn't work, we've got candidates that I think that from outside of our organization would like to come in.
And you're looking at this organizational change being in effect for fiscal year 23.
Yeah, I'd like to move it sooner than that, but yes. I do have a flow chart. It's on my wall in the office down there that outlines each person, if you can follow hieroglyphics. It's very specific for the outline of the person of what they will do when they're on shift. For instance, the ambulance director, his position, his role will be clearly outlined. The EMS coordinator, that person's position will be clearly outlined. The current captain would be moved from fire operations out to fire protection, fire prevention and admin. I would have another full-time person who's in the station while they're doing truck checks, while they're doing medical review, when there are not calls that would work on fire operations. It would take up some of the time and it really does task people well. The other two without titles would be responsible for inventory as outlined by the EMS coordinator, equipment maintenance and certification, which right now I'm having an ongoing review of certifications. For instance, is the ladder truck been certified so that the stick's out 100 feet and somebody's on it? Has that ladder been certified to make sure that nobody's at the end of that ladder without the appropriate certification in place that says that that ladder is safe? So those are things that we're doing right now. I'm skipping back a little bit. When we bring on a person in the lieutenants, I've also, don't be confused by this, promoted one person that was on our promotional list as an acting lieutenant with no pay increase. And what that person's been doing is picking up the OIC time, officer in charge, so that at night, when someone is not an officer in the station that may be from out of town, there's a person in town, the officer in charge, whether it be a lieutenant or a captain or myself, that regardless of the call, goes to the call to make sure that our SOPs, standard operating procedures, or SOGs are implemented if there is a need to take it to a next level, and no one is standing there wondering. So this young fellow came, he was the top on the promotional list, Derek Masalenko. I asked him if he'd like to do the job. He's doing an awesome job. He's ambitious, and he is my 11th position in that rotation. Moving forward, I've already spoke about the ambulance reserve receipt account, which is a $387,000, but it hasn't been updated since October. And maybe when the new treasurer is here, I could work with that person to figure out where we're at and answer those questions that I stated earlier. What's the amount that's used last year? Was there a residual? Has there been an increase this year? And if we compare them over a 3-year period, does it give us any indication of an increase of the 149 medical calls that we've done? In closing, options for the increase to the fire EMS budget. What can we look to in hopes that we get the support of the town at which level we can operate? If you give us a wheelbarrow, we'll get the people to the hospital. But we're looking at the SAFER grant, which is something that we're actively working on. We're looking at increases from the ambulance reserve receipt account if that can be utilized. I'm a little late to the game, but I'm hoping that there is some ARPA contingencies possible for some of our uses, whether it be from the increase. We're doing COVID testing now for anyone that comes down, whether it be for the police department or from the town, if they need it. We could do a rapid test in the station. We can do the PCR test. We can do a number of other things, and we are equipped to do that. We're working with the Board of Health. I'm not sure if he was aware of it today, but the goal was to give a platform for the Board of Health to be able to disseminate COVID rapid tests for people to take home. So that's something that I've spent some time with Carla, and I don't have an answer as to where that is. In the fourth option,
I'm gonna be talking about that in my update and ask the board about whether we want to get into that process. So
okay.
I'm glad to hear that you've started some of the logistics already.
So in the last one, from another hat that I wear, I was talking to a friend in the Massachusetts Emergency Management, which they gave the town the money for the generator that's down at the highway department. I said, geez, isn't there any money through MEMA that's available for emergency service? And the answer was yes, they're going to send somebody out, but it's a little bit muddy there because technically it should go through Townsend's Emergency Management, and I need to have that conversation with the team of folks and see where Shirley's at on it. But they're willing to send a representative out and see what type of funds, if any, they'd be available for. So I'm not just coming here today saying, would you give me 107,000 in hopes that you'd give me 225,000? I'm coming here to say, this is the basis that I think we need to be at to maintain a good, consistent, high level quality of care. These are the way, this is how we would spend the money. This is the method in which that we would intend to get there. And then these are possible attempts of ways that we can generate some extra money to satisfy that obligation. Now, there is plenty of opportunity in all of this for a sidebar, for a wrench to be thrown in, for some type of failure, but the best laid plans often go awry. And I guess I'm coming to get a little bit of a read from the Board of Selectmen, how warm you are to either all of this, any of this, or none of this.
I need to think about it because I didn't see it before today. And so I have a little sign that says flow chart in office.
I wouldn't expect an answer tonight.
So I wouldn't shoot down anything at this point. I mean, I have no idea. So
So, Madam Chair, may I?
I'm not negative, but I'm not blessing things tonight, so.
If
Go
you did, I'd
ahead.
be surprised.
Yes, go
I
ahead.
just want to say, I appreciate the fact that you're looking at the overtime, because that's something I see every time we do payroll, and it's quite alarming. I think that you're thinking in the right direction in regards to where you're coming from. I know at some points it looks like you're adding things, but you're really not. You're fortifying from what I'm seeing here. And I'm looking forward for the future budget process that we can really get down to the nitty gritty numbers. But I appreciate the work that you put into it, Mr. Shepherd. This is, I think, we can clean this up a lot.
Well, I wish that it was different. I never expected to be in this role. And I recognize that there's some extenuating circumstances beyond all of our controls, and we wish everyone well. But in the meantime, we've got a department to run and a service to deliver.
And the top-notch service at that
We're
too.
trying.
I just wanna-
Yeah.
As the public safety liaison, I just want to say I've been working very close with Mr. Shepherd for the past 5 months. I've been very involved in the fire department for the full year that I've been here as the public safety liaison. I feel he has brought more to the plate and to the town in the past 4 months than what I've seen. I think the department, the morale has really changed. It's a positive look. I think I've had many conversations with him, as Chaz just said, the overtime. I frown every time I sign that warrant with the overtime. It has to be done. I would have a different outlook as far as where he's going with captains versus deputies or assistant chiefs, but that's something we all can talk about. I think we need to have the people in place to do the job that have the ranks to be able to handle it. If he, as the acting chief or as the chief, whatever happens down the road, leaves, there's a solid chain of command. I always felt there should be an assistant chief instead of 2 deputy chiefs, a chief, an assistant chief, if you get a deputy. I was on the fire department for 15 years. There was a great chain of command, but that's something he needs to work on, gets his personnel proper, and I think we need to move forward to keep what we got going, keep all the employees we have, and whatever he needs to do to retain some of the people that we have lost. And I know a lot of these people in the past 3 years that have gone. If we could get them back in our community, we'll be an A+ community. That's only my opinion.
Nothing the money can't solve.
Well,
Just, we're gonna pick the money tree tomorrow.
I think paying the per diems more is
I
long
think that's a good idea.
overdue. And I think guys already stemmed the exodus that we were seeing back in August, in July and August. If we get more per diems, the overtime should come down. Because if you look at the budget now, the per diem cost is like half of what it should be by this time of year. And the overtime is double what it should be. So
So I have a question on that.
Sure.
Are we raising the per diems enough? I mean, do we, if we raise the per diems more than the $3 or whatever to get it up to 25 or whatever,
26.
remembering last year,
26 and change.
is it better to do more than that
Sure.
in order to
Bring 'em in.
to change the, just a thought, to change the overtime?
but we have to keep all of that in perspective with what the full timers are getting paid. And it's a tough balance between not going
Right.
too
Crazy.
much, but not trying to cut short. So it's like a $3 increase in what they're getting is a pretty significant percentage.
So as part of the 5 models I've created in my background, even though it may be a little rusty, was economics. And we build them as a model and try to defend it. Happy to share it all with you.
Okay. So when's a good time for sharing?
Well, I'm looking forward to this being presented, in our budget format, so I can get it into the overall budget, and then we'll go through the review by myself, finance committee, your board, and then eventually vote.
In with this format, with this classification,
Yeah.
so to speak. Yeah, I think that that's the way to present it.
So it's my opinion, Veronica, there is sweeping changes between titles and roles and how personnel will be utilized, and maybe a good segue to say that I've got some some challenges that have been given to me for personal improvement plans and other challenges. I'd like to bring them all in-house and eliminate the select board from them. I've had conversations with all parties involved and have some very dramatic solutions and consequences and outline the direction that we should go so that we're not focused on that. We're focused on delivering a service.
And I think though that some of that is in the policies and procedures and the charter for why things were the way they were.
So we can't
And
leave
so
them.
that might be more, a bigger sweep than what you're saying.
So I believe that it is not intended to have some of those challenges last for years. The
Years? There are years involved.
how many?
I said, are there years involved?
One, it's almost a year,
It's
over a year,
it's more than a year.
No, almost a year.
No,
almost a year.
no, I got it right here. It's a year.
Oh, right, January.
No, December.
December.
So my feeling is to eliminate that and make an active plan that says you either hit these goals and these are the milestones and consequences when you don't hit those milestones and so on and so forth. So we can focus on the work that needs to be done.
But the Board of Selectmen weren't aware of that.
I think you are.
No, we were not.
Well, then that belongs in an executive session.
It does, absolutely. Okay, that's enough said then.
Did Chris have a comment or?
Yeah. Chris.
Actually, my comments got answered by Gary,
Oh, perfect. Okay.
Perfect.
What's that?
just about hiring somebody instead of paying overtime. So,
Well, the overtime budget is killing us.
Yeah.
There's not a doubt in my mind.
There's a few
When I
things,
signed that warrant, I cringe.
there's a few things that are hemorrhaging, and if, after we get it in place, it's gonna take a little time to get it so it flows. It doesn't happen overnight. And unfortunately, I hate to be the guy in the front of the ship that's saying the numbers don't look good, but look back and they're consistent since the beginning of the pandemic.
How many calls do you say we've done this year versus last year?
1,400,
1,400 versus how many the same time last year?
1250, 12,
Yeah,
12,
so,
10,
So it was 149 calls over.
149 ambulance calls over.
yeah, I mean,
how much from 19?
so there's no way you can budget or forecast or prevent those.
No.
And I mean, that's the nature of the game is that if you have a bad year and COVID is certainly not helping us, you're gonna have a lot of demand for services.
So thank you for that, Ross. And my closeout, much as my beginning was thanking the folks that have done it. I don't know of any other organization, not only that gets called to a place where someone is in trouble, but actually has to walk in and administer whatever level of care and present themselves and their families to that exposure. Besides our department.
You got a great team, you got a great organization going over there. My opinion, keep doing what you're doing. It's working.
Throw me a lifeline.
Well, we just did tonight.
Okay.
We're gonna consider going forward. All we do is get Madam Chair on with us.
Well, I'm not off.
We all have to see how it.
Yeah, flows, gotta see
dollars and
numbers.
cents, And then what the offset is in services.
Yeah.
And
Veronica might be my best champion. She may come back and say, we really should go to where he wants to be at 1.5, but I thought that was too much of an ask.
Boy, you got the evil eye there.
yeah, well, and you didn't see the evil eye from this side either. So.
Well, I only want to look at one side at a time.
Can I answer or confuse anything else?
Oh, no,
No, we're good.
I think you're best off to move on.
I would like to see the ambulance receipts dollars, so.
I will get you that
And you
account.
know, is that in what Terry gives us? I don't think it is.
I
No,
think
I don't
it
think it
should be,
is.
but
Let's see if I wrote it
it's a
down.
double-edged sword in how you want to use ambulance receipts. One is, it should be to fund the next ambulance.
Mhm.
That's what it was always equipment.
Mhm.
But
And then some of it got, every year, more and more of it got sucked
moved into the
away.
general fund.
Yes.
To pay payroll.
Well, then you turn around and you use general fund to pay the fire department versus allocate it directly. And we could have that discussion later on.
Right,
on
that's a
philosophy.
different discussion, yeah.
So I think the point is there's money in the ambulance fund that in one manner or another can offset
Mhm.
part of the budget.
Where it should, that's exactly where it should be coming from. I'll get that to you.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay,
Shepherd, for
thank
your
you,
time.
Mr. Shepherd.
All right. Have a great day.
Thank you.
All right, where are we now?
All right, so we are at 3.1.
Withdrawn.
Pardon me?
I'm withdrawing.
You're withdrawn.
Yes.
Oh, so then we are done with 3.1.
Well,
And,
I'd have questions on that one.
well, if he's withdrawing, there's nothing to discuss.
Right. That's
Okay,
correct.
all right, so we will move on to 4.1. Vote to approve the town's application to the Nashua, Squanicook, Nissitissit, Wild and Sing It Community Grant Program, which is due February 1st. So on this, and these are kind of things that have been in my lap. And there was a discussion at the Conservation Commission meeting about how to go forward. I think it was conservation. And we had, when we put in for the grant last year, the one that we are working on at Adams Dam, we had as the next step to apply for a consultant. So the next grant round is due on February 1st. Last year it wasn't due until I think it was April or May. But anyway, so I would like to go forward with that, and Mike and Jenny are willing to help with that. So I'm getting information to Mike. I see he's kind of still on for that, and I'll work with him. It's the same location. There's a lot of the stuff from last year that can be redone
At Adams Dam,
at Adams
the
Dam.
banking reinforcement and all of that stuff.
It's at the trestle. If you ever walk out there, go in through the Jeff Street lot.
Mhm.
The trestle is pretty much right there on the right. And if you just walk a little bit further and you look down towards the river, it's pretty steep.
Mhm.
And there are steps there.
Yes.
Apparently people went down there and got in the water or did whatever, you know? And those steps are in bad shape. They're every which way now. They're gonna fall into the water. So how do you restore the bank is what it comes down to. Do you put the steps in, rebuild the steps? Do you take the steps out? What do you do to fix that?
So the
So
grant is to get a direction on how.
it would be to fund the consultant
Okay.
to look at that area and make recommendations. So that's the other thing about this grant is there's a limit to the amount. It was $5,000 typically for a community grant. Our grant was $3,850 for this year. So the grants are not huge. So it would be $5,000 to, you know, I don't know if that's the amount, but that's the most that we can apply for a consultant for that area. And then depending on what they recommend, the next step is to do what they say, but the community grant may not be the right vehicle for that, depending on the cost.
Yeah.
So, anyway, so what we just want is approval. We don't have the application ready and we won't meet again beforehand. But approval to go forward and apply.
Do you need a motion? Or
Yeah.
just a vote?
I move that we approve the town's application to fund a consultant for the Adams Dam, the ongoing Adams Dam project to the NSN Wild and Scenic Community Grant Program.
Second.
Is there a second? All right, anything further to discuss? Anything from that? I know we have two conservation commissioners here. Anything that you want to say or add?
No, but thank you for your efforts. It's a very, very steep bank. It's definitely needs some attention.
So, you know, all we can do is apply for the grant too, and after that, I'll figure that, but hopefully we'll be awarded. All right, so the motion is to go forward with the application for the consultant. All in favor?
Sure, Shank, yes.
Jessica Cinderinian, yes.
And Veronica Kell, yes. All right, so I was gonna, we talked a little bit about it this afternoon, but meet with Mike and Vinny and see where that application could go. So are you good with that, Mike? I see you there. Okay. So I'll stop in. So are you, well, we'll talk. Okay.
We can work on it starting tomorrow, absolutely.
Okay, good, thanks. All right, 4.2 is to vote to accept the town's grant report, and actually I should have removed this from the agenda in the additions and deletions. This is gonna come back on February 1st. And again, I'm gonna pull everything that I have on that. I just got the final budget today for what we spent. And I have pictures, before and after pictures. This is about all we can do. So I'll write that and I'll bring that back to you on February 1st. We just don't get the second half of the money until that report is written.
So 4.2 is tabled.
4.2 is tabled to February 1st. Okay, the next one is 4.3. And this is the discussion of the options for conservation at Squanicook Meadows. So what I had put in the packet, and again, we had, just for background, we had extended the lease through the end of March to Tesa, and with the hopes of figuring out what we were going to do. The Conservation Commission voted to go to the CR route. So we need to find a CR holder for this. The town will still own the land. The CR has to be held by an outside organization. So, and I would like to set up a committee of such to work on the CR for them. Do you have a question?
Yes, I don't know where Squanicook Meadows is.
It's where the town soccer fields are.
You want to take that away from children and make it conservation? land?
Nobody is taking anything
No, I'm
away
asking.
from the children.
Oh,
No,
okay.
we're putting a CR on the property to protect the species that's there and also to allow the expansion of the fields, which is what Tesa would like
Oh,
to do.
Okay,
So it's
Yeah.
just to have things defined
yeah, no,
so
I'm
that
asking.
it's
that's all.
clear in the future where Tesa can work without,
Okay, that's fine.
anyway,
Madam Chair,
yeah.
can I speak? All right, so I've been reviewing this and I've had a few calls in regards to this. And so my biggest concern I have here is that property was set up with them fields for the housing development and for the town use of them soccer fields. Well, them fields have been in coexistence with the endangered species for probably 20 years. I mean, I think before we get into doing restrictions on the property, I think we have a set of rules. They already know what they can and they can't do. If they're not defined exactly where the boundaries are, then we should put in a lease, whoever it is, you need to put up fencing or whatever, and nobody goes there. But I'm not one to put more restrictions on something that was given to us, the community, by an individual and family, to start putting restrictions on it that has been working for 20+ years. And I have a hard time with that. I really do, because that's just, to me, slapping that person in the face saying, okay, yeah, well, thank you for what you gave us, but unfortunately, we're gonna wanna change this. The
That's
board's
not at all what
changed.
this is, Joe.
Okay,
If
so
you
I need to
look-
be clarified on this.
Okay, if you look at the map, you
I
can
am.
see that it's the PH 2035 means it's priority habitat.
Mhm.
To do anything on that property, it doesn't only require a permit from the town, it requires it from the state
Mhm.
because it is priority habitat. The state would like, they gave us this. In other words, this is from,
They would like, but not have to do it, correct?
if we don't do it, there's a chance that they will not get their permit to expand their fields.
Somebody's got their hand up.
Yep, I do. This is Kim Craven.
Yeah,
No,
hang on,
yeah,
not yet.
we're not gonna go
Okay.
into this.
Hang on.
The state, it's, an HESP to determine the permit, and they can deny the permit for expansion of the fields. So TASA worked with them.
Okay,
But nobody, and TASA worked with them. It's a collegial agreement between TASA and the, at least, James, you can comment on that. I thought it was.
It's not, we were told that National Heritage, they would like to see a conservation restriction, but they won't hold us up if they don't get it. Putting it out there so that try to get it done.
Right, I mean,
They were just trying to see if they could get it, but it wasn't a requirement.
okay.
Thank you for clarifying that. And
But
Veronica,
there's,
where you are, letting people from the audience, I would like the opportunity to speak as a representative of the person that gave the land to the town.
did the person who gave the land to the town, were they aware that there were turtles nesting on, that it was a nesting site? I guess is the question that I would have. So in any
So,
event.
Veronica, everything about that land was gone through with a fine tooth comb of the town when the gift from my family went to the town of Holly's Playgrounds, not Squanicook Meadows, but of Holly's Playground and the entire property, that there was lots of reviews by conservation, planning board and such. And as the gentleman pointed out, the conservation restriction is not required. And the gift was to the town to be overseen by the town and not another entity. Now,
The town, I guess my response to that is, it is the town that's overseeing it.
Sounds
There-
more like conservation than the selectmen. myself.
The town is overseeing it by considering the conservation restriction on the property.
yeah,
To
so
allow,
I think that's much out of the scope of the intent of the gift for recreation. It's great that TASA is keeping it up. It's very unfortunate if you go back and look all the way back to 1996, I believe, the town was supposed to be putting up a fund to actually maintain these fields. It's great that TASA is doing it, but the town did not follow through. The town, back in 2003, Kathy Arugio had said, who should be the person overseeing this? Likely should be recreation. Nothing ever transpired with that. It is not a comfortable feel to kind of what's happening here. I think it was Chris that asked, Chris Masola that asked the question early on, is this to take it away from the kids? I feel like this is a step in the wrong direction. I think the turtles and the kids have peacefully coexisted for years and years. If there needs to be
I
think that's great.
I think, as far as peaceful coexistence goes, we could discuss that because there have been incidents that should not have happened. But James, go ahead.
So I feel that this is getting twisted.
I do
TASA is
too.
looking to expand our fields. We've worked with National Heritage on to see the fields on the property itself.
Right.
Part of the conservation restriction would be to outline those areas so that future boards, select boards, conservation commission, TASA boards, don't skew it from what the state would like to see because it is a priority habitat. I, as a representative of TASA right now, we're trying to expand the field. We've outgrown the fields down there technically, and we would like to combine in-town field teams with travel teams. That's the whole journey we're trying to take right now. And that's part of it. We're not trying to take fields away. We're not trying to reduce fields. We're not trying
No,
to restrict on
Hang on,
the
James, we
field.
don't, I don't think that, James. I think that you're doing with what the intent of the fields were. And when my dad and mom gave those fields to the town, there was actually room for expansion. There was discussion about whether there was a need for another ball field there for Little League or a football field. So the expansion in what you're doing, you guys are 100% in the spirit of what my folks were thinking when they gave this for recreation for
And
the
that's,
town.
I'm gonna stop the community discussion now and talk amongst the board. This is exactly what we're trying to do, is to allow the expansion of the fields with like James said, with defining where that habitat is that needs to be protected. The entire parcel, with the exception of a little bit up next to Mason Road, the entire parcel is priority habitat. Nobody is saying not to have there be other uses.
And that's outside our jurisdiction as conservation of the town. That's all national heritage.
It
We
is.
don't have a say in what they'll allow, not allow. And this is,
I mean, they could say no soccer at all
Well,
if they
Do you
wanted
think
to.
he's doing a good job as what he's doing with the field as conservation agent and as a soccer dad that, you know, they're doing a good job
I
keeping the kids?
agree. That is
So
exactly.
He's telling you right now that you don't have to have that.
James was in the meetings that
we
I've
don't
been
have
in.
to have
You
it.
don't have to have it.
Yes,
Veronica.
we are.
Not have to have it, Veronica. You're trying to impose something that
That
is
isn't
not required.
This
Yes, you
was
have.
brought to me. I did not,
National Heritage requested that we
yes,
present it to the town.
yeah,
We're only presenting it to the town, and it's not even our decision on it, because we're just a leaseholder. We have to bring it to the town. That's all we're trying to do. Now, it's
this was,
the select board's decision, not,
And I'm gonna go back to my statement
But
and.
this gift was voted on by the town. I'm not sure that the select board can actually vote to do anything different because it was a town meeting vote to accept this in the recorded deed.
that is correct, and it will still be owned by the town. There is nobody saying that this will not be owned by the town. There is nobody saying that there won't be soccer or any sort of recreation. That's not what's happening here.
I think you're opening a can of worms that doesn't need to be opened. He just told you that you don't have to do this. You're making it hard
well,
for the town.
but it's not heard. I'm the one that opened the can of worms, because I'm the one that is trying to get to run this journey. You know, or TISA is.
Yeah.
And we're trying to work with National Heritage so that we can back engineer this, so that when we get rolling, we can roll right through. And they just asked us to present it to the town. Beyond that, it's really out of our hands, and we don't want to do any field expansions until the lease is renewed. And this is part of the lease renewal.
That's exactly right. And the other option is to say, okay, it's in the hands of natural heritage, and take your chances that you don't get a field. I mean, that's what I think. And yes, there's a well on that site as well.
It's not deeded to the other parcel is not deeded to the town, it's deeded to the water department. I have the deed. It's directly deeded to the water department.
I didn't bring those with me, but the areas that I'm looking at,
I don't know which
Or
parcel
not.
they're talking about, but that,
I don't think it's, I'm not so sure about
right,
that.
but if there's a parcel that's directly deeded to the water department, that's at the end of the soccer field. and at the end of the
It's
road.
this piece right here, but where the wellhead is, so you're talking about this right in here. but the wellhead is right about in here.
This entire parcel is the water.
I don't, it says water supply land, but not on the deed.
I have the deed. I'll send it tomorrow.
Okay, well, in any event,
But it's not gonna be worked on, and that's strictly for conservation.
the idea here,
Veronica,
Conser-
parcel 3A is in the water department.
okay, so there's that one piece up at the end there, but it's not the entire thing.
It's about 30 acres.
Well, I guess, Madam Chair, amongst us for a minute, if we could, everybody just give us a few minutes here. Madam Chair, you know much more about conservation, all that, and I respect that, and you're very knowledgeable. I just want to reiterate my stance that I'm taking is if we got someone that's already reached out to the National Heritage says, you don't have to do it, it'd be nice to do it. And we all like to have nice things to do. And if they can still do their expansion and they can still do what they have to, we can say, all right, well, if you're going forward with that, well, National Heritage says, you don't have to have the restrictions. We'll work with you. But if they take the chance and we don't put this restriction on and Heritage says, well, you can't expand, well, I guess the game didn't work in their favor.
Well, you can do
However,
that too. I mean, you can
however,
go that route.
you know, however, or we say as a board that, okay, whatever they're gonna do, we put in this lease, wherever that parcel of land, because I don't think it's the whole parcel, and we have to protect the turtles, and we have to protect any of the spotted salamanders, whatever is out there, we do as a community have to protect that. Absolutely, 100%. But let's say that Tesa, well, if that's the case, boys and girls, we need that delineated, figure out where it is, get that delineated, put up a fence, whatever you gotta do, keep everybody out of there, nobody go in there. If they all agree on that, then you go ahead. I just don't want to strong arm anybody. I'm not one to keep putting restrictions on things. Cause if that was me, I wouldn't want that on me. You know, if I gave something to the town, I'd want it just to continue going the way it is. If we have to tweak a few things, let's tweak them, do the best we can for everybody. But I'm not a big believer of putting a restriction, in my opinion. And if Tesa wants to take the chance and say, look, we'll go forward with National Heritage, you sign our lease, we go. If they don't give us our permit, we lose a field. Then it didn't work out so well.
Risky take.
But that's, I mean, I'm one vote here, but you know, and I respect both of your opinions. This is my opinion. And I think we could hop on this thing for 2 or 3 days. We could talk about it. I mean, we need to get at least 2. These guys, we've extended it twice, I do believe, so far.
So I guess the vote is then, the motion is, do we or do we not put a conservation restriction on the property? I mean, I'm perfectly happy walking away from this and letting Tesa deal with the natural heritage.
If they come in and
I'm
shut them
okay
down,
with
then
that.
that's their problem. Then.
I mean, they could say nothing on there. I mean, they have that option.
We're working with National Heritage also to restore habitat. So we're trying to work with them beyond the restriction as good faith. So not for the restriction to be put in place, but good faith that we're gonna maintain that priority habitat for them, or give it a jump start, because I don't know if you've been down there, a lot of that growth that was cut down 20 years ago has come back. And it's creating problems with the turtles nesting in spots that are close to traffic, close to fields, when they
On the fields even.
and really the slopes are the best spot, but they're all wooded, you know, covered in trees now. We started to do some a couple years ago, we'll continue to do it. So there's more effort beyond just the restriction, you know, on our behalf for national heritage.
I would think you'd have faith in the people that you appointed on the Conservation Commission to do the right thing.
And they voted to put the CR
And
on.
we did it, and I-
That's
I
why
have
it
to
came
separate
back
myself
here.
too on this, right? I'm talking on behalf of these
Go ahead,
because
Rob.
It seems like there's two important issues here. One is protecting the area for the turtles and other critters, and the other is protecting the area for the two-legged critters that want to play soccer. And why don't we see about writing the conservation restriction and then see what it looks like, and then we can, the board can decide whether to approve it or not. But if you have a solution that protects both interests, then maybe we accomplish what we want to accomplish, and we don't end up tying the hands and preventing something or losing something. You know, I'd hate to lose the habitat, I'd hate to see the town lose the soccer fields.
Right, I mean, that's what we're
That's
trying
the,
to,
that's the
we're
debate.
trying to allow it to coexist and not have to always go back to natural heritage. So if it's defined, then TASA knows where they can work,
Yeah.
within what
So
bounds.
I think it's worth
Um,
investing the effort to get the CR started, keeping in mind that there's sort of two needs that need to be addressed.
And I believe that the field expansion that your organization wants, James, has been penciled in, is that correct? Well, we discussed it, we know where you want it to go, and
So
it's not,
we had to show National Heritage several different options as part of their process for any project. Are there alternatives to where you can do the, the area they work with? And we came up with a solution that they were happy with. Now, again, like Joe said, the delineation is a factor here that we're trying to deter people from going into areas that are no nesting areas. Again, that's something that can just be written into the lease. That has to be maintained. So I don't want to overcomplicate this. Just on behalf of National Heritage, I was asked to, propose it, and what better time than for a lease, when we're trying to renew the lease, but we've already, Veronica said, extended the lease twice, so we don't want to keep dragging this out for you guys either.
So is there a motion?
Or what?
Well,
I make a motion that we move forward with signing the lease, putting it in.
Well, no, I'm not gonna take a motion for signing the lease, because we don't have a lease to sign.
Well, what
The
is
lease
this?
that is, this is the,
That's the ongoing.
that's the ongoing.
Okay, so,
no, and
all right,
So,
So I make a motion that,
and it's written with the restricted area, et cetera, because that was, this is what TASA brought to us, and they had met with,
I wasn't part of that at that moment.
yeah, it
Adam?
was, so we don't have a lease, this is a sample lease.
all right. So I guess I'd make a motion to not put a conservation restriction on, leave TASER to take and deal with the conservation and national heritage, all them, to do the right thing there. The turtles, four-legged, two-legged, they've all been existing amongst themselves for 20+ years. If they take that chance and they get turned down, shame on them, no shame on us. Do you feel that you're gonna have an issue with national heritage if we do not put a conservation restriction? I don't want to vote for something that we're saying, no, we don't want to do it, and you come back and say, we should have done it because we lost it, because it's really important to have the kids have them fields and have the area to play.
I don't see it being a hindrance. Part of the renewal release is we wanted wording in there for maintenance of the restricted areas. because that's one of the issues right now is we have to clear the areas because they were left to just be overgrown. And we wanted that wording in the lease so that future board, soccer boards, you know, we're gonna be held to what we're trying to do also.
I
And
would
that's just an
not,
example.
I guess I would not vote for a lease that said you could clear an area unless I heard first from conservation. In other words, I would expect you to, I won't sign a lease unless the plans that you have cleared conservation
That's what I just
and
said.
and this, I just won't.
Well, we're not talking about police right now.
Well, no, we are talking about, I mean, you're talking
So,
about the lease.
No, but to answer Joe's question, there's that risk. There's that outside chance that Dave Paulson's gonna move on to a different job. We're gonna have to deal with someone new. There's always that risk.
And if you define the areas with the CR, then it's clear cut where they can work. And they don't have to keep from year to year going about doing the same stuff where it's all person dependent.
But if it's written in the lease, there's always that.
I won't agree to write, I personally will not agree to write in the lease that you can work in an area that's priority habitat without having priority habitat clearance.
Well, that's what I said.
Because you
They'd have to
can't-
work with them.
And so I would not put that in a lease. I would say, okay, here you go. I would write this somewhat differently than what it is. So I would sign a lease, but as far as all this environmentally sensitive area, no, you've got it. If you want to make changes, you need to go to conservation, you need to go to NHESP. But I would not in a lease give them the ability to do whatever they want.
That's exactly what I just said.
Well, you just said you have no faith in your conservation commission.
The
Because he's on
Conservation Commission
Would not do
advised
that.
us to do the CR.
Yeah, when
That's
you
why we're
wouldn't,
here.
you wouldn't, he wouldn't do that, Veronica, come on.
I believe the last draft of the lease stated, best management practices under National Heritage guidance, and I believe it also included.
Yeah, there's words
So
in
there is
there.
wording in there.
There is wording, but it would have to be, it wouldn't be like, okay, here you go, all yours, do what you want.
Oh, no, we can't do that. I stated that. Right, that if they want to move forward and take that chance on their own, but they have to clear that with National Heritage and Conservation.
So the lease has to be looked at differently than the way it's written.
And if that's what we have to change the lease, I get that. But my point is, don't put the restriction on. Let them work through the National Heritage, get everything that they need. Okay, whatever the conservation says, well, they voted they might want a restriction. Well, National Heritage says they don't need a restriction to do what they want to do, but let's just define it in our lease.
I'll
That if
go
you're
back
gonna,
to the old lease. I will go back to the old lease, I think, and not this one.
Do you have an amount of turtles that have died in this area since they started playing?
Can we
Soccer
keep
then?
the
Chris, if you
discussion?
have something
No,
to
this
say,
is
you can
serious
address
because
it.
you're.
I'd like to
you're
keep the
denying
discussion
from
to
doing
the,
so.
Yeah,
to the
we're
Board of
gonna
Selectmen.
do it.
I don't believe that we need to have, continue on with the conversation. You want a motion, Madam Chair?
I do want a motion.
I make a motion that we table this because I don't think we're gonna solve anything right now tonight.
Okay. Is there a second? I will second it. All in favor of tabling this until when? Until further notice.
Until our next meeting in February?
I just think we just keep kicking this can down the road.
Motion's on the floor.
All those in favor of tabling this until February 1st?
Can
Motion, no.
you itemize what you want to hear between now and then so you can act on it? I mean, I think the
Well, we had a decision from the Conservation Commission, and I think we need to have something a little more definitive than just a verbal thing. So whatever they voted on, I'd like to see. I have not seen. I also feel that with the lease agreement that we have here, this lease agreement does talk about a conservation restriction. I'd like to see a lease without the conservation restriction in place. I'd also like to see what National Heritage and to back up what they said in regards to whether or not we need a conservation restriction on this. But I believe
I will
that,
just say that we discussed this in a September meeting, I think it was September or October. And the email exchange, I can pull all that out and we can look at it again.
well,
But we did discuss it back in the fall. We've handed it off to conservation, who discussed it.
and we're coming back again to talk about the same thing. Conservation said that they wanted a conservation, or that they voted to put a conservation restriction on
the
it.
property.
So why was it in front of the selectmen tonight?
It's because we are the owners of the land.
Mhm.
So we have to agree to have a conservation restriction put on it. My thought was that we would set up a committee to review the restriction and to work with Natural Heritage so the next steps. But if we don't want the conservation restriction,
Well, this turned into a public hearing, that's why I'm confused. You know, what was our role to bring it, to put it on our agenda today? It just says to a discussion of options.
for conservation, okay, so I.
You see what I'm
didn't put
saying?
that in. Yeah, I didn't put that in enough. Conservation Commission voted to put a conservation restriction on the property prior to, to get that started.
Mhm.
I mean, we can renew the lease at the end of December with the language that I did not write this, Casa wrote this,
Yes,
just know that. And this came from Natural Heritage. If you're putting a conservation restriction, this is the one they use, because as I had said previously, I'm not familiar with conservation restrictions for Natural Heritage.
right.
So they have this form that they use. So with conservation saying, yes, put the conservation restriction on. My thought was that we would vote to put it together and move forward,
So was
getting this
the,
restriction started.
was the Conservation Commission's decision to put the CR on a recommendation?
Oh, no, it was a vote.
It was a vote.
And I have from that's my email, which I do not have up here. It came from the conservation restriction. There was the idea was you either transfer ownership to the conservation restriction, to the Conservation Commission, or you do the conservation restriction. And they said conservation restriction they preferred. And I think it was a unanimous vote. So, so we would make that decision, but we're the owners of the land. So we have to agree to the conservation restriction, and it's not the water department, I looked it up. It's the town of Townsend.
I have the deed.
It's water supply land owned by the town of Townsend.
Right.
Is what it
But
is.
it's for a water, and one of the fields is completely on the water, on the control land.
On the piece of, we
I have
can,
the-
we
I have
can
the deed.
discuss semantics.
But I don't think
Owner
we
is the
should get
town
into
of
any of that. I mean, let's just stick to what we're working on here. I mean, Madam Chair and Chaz, you two, you have all the right to vote. We don't always have to all agree. I'm just giving, and it ain't like I'm gonna leave here, I'm gonna be mad at somebody.
We have
This
a
is,
motion on the table to table this.
Yes, and
So
what,
what we can do.
and what I would
between now
like
and
to
then-
do is I would like to have if we could get a new lease that doesn't have a conservation restriction on it, that would cover,
That would be the old lease,
then,
which is the one that they were trying to get away from. Because it,
when they presented in September, they said that they weren't sure if they were going to be able to do it, if I remember correctly.
To do
This is
what?
why, to do the expansion on it. Because national heritage, there was a possibility that national heritage may not do it, may not allow it.
That's correct.
That is correct. So why don't we just go back to the old lease that they had and let them deal with this is what Mr. Shank is talking about.
Just say, take your chance.
Take your chance, man. It's a gamble. With COVID going on now, it's a big game. So just figure it out.
So I understand there's a motion on the table to table the discussion for a future meeting. As much as I'd like to see this meeting move on, I thought it would help if you itemized what you want to see at the next meeting, so you've got something to discuss. And it sounds like maybe there should be a draft conservation restriction to look at and a draft lease to look at, which may be counter to the CR, but at least you'll have two documents that you can pick apart and maybe get what you want out of.
Who's gonna do that work? That's the next question, because this is like pie in the sky stuff. For something that we'd already, I thought, made decisions on. So
So the Conservation Commission could work on the CR.
this
Soccer
was
folks
brought
can
to
work on,
the Conservation Commission to work on the CR.
and then the soccer folks can work on the lease agreement. We'll see if we get something that makes sense in either form or can be blended together.
If we're not gonna put a CR on it, there's no point looking at the CR. If we're going with the other lease, and see what happened is, Payson came to the Board of Selectmen over a year ago. Neither of you were on the board, I was, with a plan, and we could not allow the plan. And so we extended the lease till June or whatever, for a year. We extended the current lease for a year. They couldn't do the work that they wanted to do because of the old lease. So they worked with NHESP. They did a good job doing it. And NHESP recommended this so that it was defined. So then NHESP didn't have to say, oh, no. We have already defined where the sticky sections are, and then they could do what they wanted in the other section without great consternation. But what I hear is that everybody just wants to go for it.
I don't think that's
And so it means you get a lease saying you can use the property for the next 3 years. You can use the property.
any expansion's gotta go through natural
The
heritage,
buildings
all that.
department, natural heritage, the conservation commission, et cetera, et cetera.
And just define what
And
you're
they
doing.
may or may not get what they need.
That's what I said. And if they don't get it, well, shame on them. We did the best we could. We gave them the option.
Well, actually, we didn't do the best they could. We could. We did. We're voting for table. Yes or no?
Chad Sexton Duranian, yes.
Joe Shank, yes.
Veronica Kell, no. The yeses have it. So this is tabled until February 1st. So, so my fellow board members, feel free to put something on the agenda for us, bring something back for this.
So, Ross, I guess we, how are we gonna do this? If she's not gonna put it on, what do we do?
I mean, I'll put it on. I'm not gonna put any additional information. This is the information I have.
But what we've just expressed in this open meeting, it should be very clear to Tesa and the Conservation Commission. We're gonna come back, as Chad stated, give us documentation, get something from National Heritage that you can give to us that we can read,
This came from National Heritage.
but that's to do a draft. I get that, Madam Chair. That's to put a deed restriction. But he's stating that they said, well,
It's not a deed restriction, it's a conservation
restriction,
There's a difference.
all right, a conservation restriction. However, present it to the board, but you don't have to do that. It'd be nice if we get the board to do it. Is that what I got out of that?
Yeah, we had a Zoom call and we did record it.
You did what?
We recorded the Zoom call that we had with National
With
Heritage.
National
So
Heritage.
we do have a document for the,
All right, so
An
then it
audio,
comes
but-
down to the lease. I'll pull out the old lease. Because we can do the old lease, which means that, you'll have the right to use the land. And it's up to you to go through the building department, through conservation, through DER, to do anything you want. What was brought to us they wanted to know, can we do this expansion? And we could not, as the Board of Selectmen, say, yes, you can do this expansion. Because we
can't.
don't do that.
They still gotta go to
We
the
say
boards.
you can use the land, and that's it.
So that's what I'm saying. Let's just have the lease to let them do the land, and then if they want to expand, they'll have to go through what they have to go through.
And if they don't get it, well, they didn't get it. I mean,
Right. I
I'd
mean,
hope that
that's
they
fine.
did the right thing. I wanna see, if we can get more kids playing soccer out there, it's a great spot, it's a great area, it's safe. It's off the beaten path, and if we've got a turtle issue, go to them and say, look, fence that off, do whatever you gotta do, we gotta protect that.
So
You know?
who are you gonna go to, Joe?
They so put it right in their lease. If we're gonna write a lease, this is what we want. You know what I mean? Put it in there, say, look, Tesa, you will delineate this. You know where it is. You're gonna
Not
do it,
Tesa who's delineates it, it's NHSP.
but whatever, get it done so that we know and then fence it off. That way, if you got a
You have
fence,
Zoom with David Paulson.
I'll
Can you
have to-
send me a link or
I'll
something?
dig, I'll have to dig and find that file. Yeah.
Okay,
we
thank
did
you.
record it.
I mean, I want this, just, you've done a lot of work on it, and I respect that. Unfortunately, I'm not a big one to put restrictions. I just.
Okay, so your next meeting, you're gonna look at lease.
Yeah.
Can you get an updated lease for the board for next meeting?
Whatever you received earlier or in the fall,
It alludes to
yeah, I can.
conservation.
So we just had a board switch on Tesa, so yes, I can.
I'm gonna pull out the old lease, the one that was in effect before. I'll go through it, and it's gonna be, you guys will be on your own, pretty much. I don't know if that's good or bad. If we even go through the lease, that's the other option.
We have to vote for the lease, one way or the other. I
No,
mean,
we don't.
so,
Just like we don't have to put a CR on it. I mean, we don't have to give them the lease either.
but then let me play the devil's advocate here.
Okay,
So, then what do we do with the land? Then just tell all them kids and everybody, well, the three of us, we just decide we don't want you to have fun no more, we don't want you to play over there?
Yeah.
Well, we can't do that, Madam Chair, you know that, right?
okay.
And that's one of the concerns I had was, why are we gonna do a field expansion without a renewed lease? Because the board could decide not to renew it.
That's exactly right.
So
So
you're
it-
right, we're all, you guys,
I thought we were working together until this meeting. I really did. I thought that we were working with Tesa.
Well,
I did not go forward looking for a CR for that property. that came to us. That did not go the other direction. But if this is not what's wanted, well then, every 3 years, they can come back and decide whether they could be mid-expansion and lose the lease. I mean, it's kind of like a little crazy. So just think about it. All right, we're moving on. 4.3, 4.4. Discuss and vote to approve and post the job descriptions and job postings for the ARPA funded Human Services Manager, which is 30 hours per week, and the Community Services Coordinator, which is full-time. Both are salaried and benefited.
Do you want to do these separate?
Yes. The one that I do want to talk about, the Community Services Coordinator, I have one thing on that.
So how do you want to deal with this? Do you want to do a motion and then discussion, or?
Either way.
Okay. I vote to approve and post the job description for the ARPA funded Human Resources Manager for 30 hours a week.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion on the human resources?
I want to thank you, Madam Chair, for putting this together. This looks,
Good job.
yeah, this looks exactly what we had talked about.
We were gonna make it 19 and unbenefited, but there's a lot of work there.
I agree.
So,
You gotta have the time to do it and do it right.
yeah, so,
Well, we need it. There's a lot of adjustments that need to happen, I think, and having somebody that's going to be full-time to be able to do it is important.
so it's only 30, not 40.
Well.
But, and in your, Ross, in your sample budget, I think you have it at 40 hours.
I
So we
was
can talk about that.
put a number into Phil.
Right, yeah, you put in a 40-hour number, but anyway, we'll talk about that. So,
So that
any other
motion-
discussion?
No, I think you did a good job.
All right, then that one will be, that Human Resources Manager reports to the town administrator.
Mhm.
All right, so that's all I have to say. All in favor?
Joe Shank, yes.
Chad Sexton Duranian, yes.
Veronica Talia? The ayes have it. All right, the Community Services Coordinator, is there a motion?
I move that we approve and post job descriptions and job postings for the ARPA funded Community Services Coordinator, full-time, 40-hour salary.
Second.
Okay, I did have one question on this, and it wasn't really there. I know I sent it to you, Ross, I think, and to Karen. Who does this person report to? I had it reporting to both the TA and the Council on Aging Director, but I'm thinking maybe it should just report to the TA. I just saw that.
I don't,
Saw that through a mask.
Yeah, through your forehead.
I think there's benefits either way. I think it reports to the COA director, the position will end up being more focused for the senior center. Reports to the town administrator, it might be more town-wide focused.
It's written to be town-wide and senior center.
I mean,
I don't know the right report stream for this.
I think one person is better than two, but it could be a dotted line to the other person. If I was thinking about being here long-term, I would say I would anticipate working closely with Karen to figure out
How, yeah.
what this person is doing from a day-to-day basis, but
So where would you put the dotted line? Would it be to the town administrator or would it be to the senior center? The person will be housed at the senior center because there's an office there. The human resources person is going to have to come up here somewhere, you know, because we don't really have a space. So we need to think about that.
I mean, if she or he is gonna be housed over at the senior center, you know, as Ross said, one person by far better than two. But we want it to be townwide, so we can utilize it for everybody.
We see them working with the fire chief, the police chief, with recreation, with all the departments really that have any outreach to the community.
I would suggest directly report to town administrator, dotted line to COA director. If the person's gonna be housed over there, then that still gives the town administrator some oversight versus losing control.
Okay, so directly to the TA with the dotted line to the council on aging. Okay, I'm good with that.
I'm good with that.
All right.
I'm not, but okay.
What would you like to see?
You're not
I would
okay?
like to see the person, be reporting to the town administrator because it's not.
That's what I put.
No, I understand that, but the dotted line to it's still, this is townwide. It's not one particular department. We're just housing it in the.
So no dotted line. You're saying
Right.
no dotted line.
Right.
Just works closely
It works,
with,
the town administrator is the one that they should
reports
report to.
directly to the town
Because you
administrator.
have several departments that you need to work with. Fire, you have to work with police, you also have to work with, the housing, you have to work with all different departments.
And you might wind up working with the business association.
Yeah, exactly. So,
Okay,
in Neshoba Valley, Board of Health, also, they're gonna be working with, so there's a lot of, functions.
I think just directly, I agree with you, Chaz, I'll go along with that.
okay.
Just one more little job for Ross.
All right, so I'm gonna make that change to say reports, because if you look at the job posting, which I do have.
Right
in
here.
front of me, I think I said reports to the TA and what did I say? Did I say it in here at all?
Yeah, under supervision received.
And reports to I have to the council on aging director and to the board of selectmen through the town administrator. I'm gonna say reports to the town administrator, and works closely with the council on aging and other department heads. All right, anything else?
I have questions from Mike Crowley and Andrea Wood.
There are questions?
Yeah.
Okay, Mike, go ahead.
Hi, yeah, I just wanted to chime in and say there was a lot of great discussion today, and I would really love it if folks who took part in the discussion took advantage of me in the new role here and came forward and talked about some of the thoughts they were thinking about a couple of the items that were on the agenda today. There's a couple of things. It sounded like there's a lot of different opinions. I really want to invite people to just come and share their thoughts with me so we're kind of, as we're working forward, I can hear from all sides. I'd really love that.
Okay, thanks, Mike.
Thank you, Mike.
Andrea?
These two positions are funded for a year, correct?
No, they are funded for the life of the ARPA funding.
Well,
Which means
yes, okay.
through December of 2026. With the hope that over time, the town will pick up little by little some of the funding for this. But we have allocated funds in its entirety through ARPA.
Is there a demand on how much we pick up little by little?
Well, if you want my opinion, and I will probably not be here for most of this, but I would say FY23, we fund the whole thing through ARPA. FY24, we do a quarter through the town, 3/4 ARPA. And then the following year, half and half, and the next one, 3-year, and then fully when the funding is depleted. Hopefully, we will see the value in the services and the town will be excited about funding it fully at the end.
I'm not concerned about, I'm sure it's a marvelous thing. But you do realize presently, we're sort of bucks down. I don't know if we can afford how much to pick up on this.
We're what?
Bucks down,
Boxed down.
bucks, BUCKS. No, we don't have enough money.
We're not asking for it right now anyway, 3 years from now.
No,
Right.
no, but it's good to know if you're making a commitment where we will have to come up with money later. Because,
Well, it is funded fully through the ARPA funds that we have, Andrea.
all
The
right,
hope is that through the life of the ARPA funding, it is funded fully. The only hope is that the town will see the value and will be able to keep the position after that time.
all right. But there would be no legal problem if we didn't have the money to let them go.
I don't think so.
No.
No funding, we can't keep the job.
Almost everything you vote is subject to appropriations.
Right.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Andrea.
All right, so all those in favor, unless there's further discussion.
No
I don't
other
have
hands.
the Zoom online. Okay,
No, we're all set.
all right, all those in favor,
Joe Shank, yes.
Chaz Sexton Duranian, yes.
and Veronica Faria. All right, voting, moving on to 4.5, is there a motion to sign the common vittler license for the new owners of Pizza
That's the
Pizzazz?
original.
I move that we approve the common vittler's license for Pizza Pizzazz.
Second,
Any comments? All those in favor?
Joe Shank, yes.
Chaz Sexton Duranian, yes.
And Veronica Faria. All right, one-day liquor license, a motion for a one-day liquor license for the VFW on the 12th of February.
I move that we approve a one-day liquor license for the VFW as applied by Natalie Call for February 12th, 22 for a Valentine's Day dinner from 5 to 11 p.m.
Second,
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Joe Shank, yes.
Chaz Sexton Duranian, yes.
And Veronica Faria. Okay, set the date for town meeting and for opening and closing the warrants. So Ross, this is yours.
Thank you. By charter, town meeting should be the first Tuesday in May. That would translate to May 3rd, 2022. Only reason I can think to delay that is if we expect there to be a huge COVID and social gathering problem, but I think this current wave is going to be tapering down and people will be more outdoors. So at this point, I think May 3rd is a good date. If you agree to May 3rd, then I would suggest you vote to open the warrant for both the special town meeting and the annual town meeting tonight and close those warrants on March 1st. I believe that's also another charter requirement.
It is for the annual town meeting, but I don't think for the special town meeting. Usually that one closes later.
Well, there's a longer posting requirement for the special than there is for the annual. It's 14 days for the special and 7 days for the annual. And I would suggest we do them both. I'm also think that any articles that might have gone in the special could be put in annual and just dispense with having 2 meetings that night. But for now, I think open the warrants tonight and close them on March 1st.
I only question the special town meeting. And this doesn't mean that it can't be done that way, but I know in the past, the special town meeting has closed at the point, closer to April.
I mean, if something comes up, the board is always can reopen the those warrants to get something else in there. My preference is to close them and have plenty of time to get everything vetted, formatted, funding figured out. And prepare for town meeting. But if something should come up at the last minute,
Okay, so anybody from the community that wants to petition, they need to petition by March 1st. And so they should petition for the annual town meeting. And it needs to be in by March 1st.
yes, and I think the signature requirements are less for a
It's 10,
annual than they are for a special.
right, it's 10 for the annual. I think it's like 125 or something for
It
the
may be
special.
different, it may be different if the board's already called the meeting versus having a citizen's petition initiate, be the one that calls the meeting.
Okay. All right, so is there a motion to hold annual town meeting on May 3rd to open the warrant tonight for both the annual town meeting and the special town meeting that will be held on May 3rd? Do I have to say ATM and special town meeting on May 3rd?
I think you just said it perfectly.
And closing the warrant on March 1st.
So moved.
Second,
All right, so any planning board or zoning changes need to be in by March 1st? Any petitioned articles in by March 1st?
Correct.
Okay. All right, any other discussion? All right, all those in favor?
Yes. Jeff Duranian, yes.
And Veronica Green. 5.0, review ARPA projects. And I put a bunch of stuff in the SharePoint for that. So Jennifer did get back to us the listing of the ARPA projects. She divided them by set. The ones that were already approved by us, voted and approved. The ones that need to be voted by the select board, and then she identified some that can have different funding, don't have to be funded, in particular the FEMA funding until the end of April. So these are ready to be set up in Vadar. The only thing I wanted to say, and this is where we have the funding for the human resources person, the funding for the community wellness coordinator. I haven't checked those dollars versus what she put in there, but I think they're correct. The 470 I know is right for the wellness programming. So should I read these just so people know what we're doing? Human resources manager, 280,000. Community wellness coordinator, 280,000. Wellness programming, 470,000. So that's the funds that the community wellness coordinator will be working to disperse. We budgeted 470. It could drop in later years, and there's leeway in how it gets spent. Online permitting tools, 60,000. So Ross, you could let Eric know that he can go forward, and if he has any fee changes to support that, that should come to annual town meeting. So we need a warrant article for that, I guess. ARPA reporting, this is for CSS. That's 100,000. The Affordable Housing Trust is 100,000. We had voted for the Harbor Sidewalk Bike Trail. I would say set up something for that, but I would want to hold off on that until we can see if we can get funding elsewhere. Jennifer didn't identify it, but I think there could be the possibility for that with the bipartisan infrastructure bill, which we won't know until February 1st how to apply for that.
I agree with that.
Townsend Ecumenical Outreach Walk-in Fridge, this is $12,000. This is a transfer to a nonprofit. Broadband, Wi-Fi, Town Hall, Great Hall, and the Town Common, there's $100,000 for that. So that's to get the Great Hall wires and maybe to move partly downstairs. Water treatment plant engineering, $130,000. This is the one that we talked about in the last meeting. And the generators at Cross Street and Main Street water wells, $220,000. Stormwater management, $52,000. So the ones we need to vote on are the election expenses. This is the poll pads and the clickers. And that's for $18,300. So is there a motion to,
Find that, where is that?
you guys didn't get this?
No, I got it.
Okay.
I don't.
It's only in the most recent one that I did, so I don't know what version you have. If you look on page 4, if you've got this one, which is the one that was in SharePoint, it should be on page 4 on the back. Election support, cost
I do, yeah,
$18,300.
okay, yep.
Poll pads for touchless check-in at the polls in a town meeting, $6,300.
And
And then clickers for use at town meeting to vote in order to eliminate the need for counters circulating among the attendees, et cetera, et cetera. There's more down there. $12,000. So
so,
for a total of $18,300.
so I move that we approve the ARPA funds for the election support, which is $6,300 for poll pads and $12,000 for clickers.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Joe Shank, yes.
Chad Sexton Green.
And
So I should-
Jennifer was going to be on if we had questions.
So I should let Kathy know that she can move ahead in those 2 items.
Let me just ask Jennifer this. Is she on? Or did she, I told you. Jennifer, are you there?
I'm here. I just don't have video because I'm traveling at the moment, but I'm here.
Okay, I guess my question for you is, can we spend the funds, now that we've voted for it, can we spend the funds before we have the account set up? Like tomorrow, could they order these things?
Yes, because Terry's all set. I sent her some stuff today, and then whatever you vote tonight, I'll just send her in the morning, so you'll be good to go.
Okay, all right, that sounds good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
The next one is the outdoor space behind Town Hall. I want to hold on this one because the Shared Streets and Spaces grant is coming out, and I'd like to look at that. So unless you guys want a motion for that, I would say we just hold up on that, skip over it for now.
I agree with you. I believe that we might have some other options with the new legislation. And
Shared Streets and Spaces just came out last week. They're doing another round.
okay,
And
we might be able to utilize that.
Yes.
So yeah, let's hold off on that then. I
Okay.
agree.
the next one is the Benton Pond Comcast build out. This is with revenue replacement.
Mhm.
So it's a 95,000, just under $95,000 bill. So I vote that we fund the entire thing with this.
Yep.
So that we have 15,000 in an annual town meeting article, and that could be used for other MIS services.
We
So
need
Ross,
that.
we might want to look at repurposing that at town meetings. That's my thought anyway.
That's a great thought.
So.
I'm on board 100%.
I figured. So anyway, that's just what I think. We have the money. So is there a motion to,
So I move that we approve the broadband extension with ARPA funding for $95,000.
Second.
any further discussion? All those in favor?
Joe Shank, yes.
Chad Sexton Duranian, yes.
Veronica Cal, yes. All right, I want to come back to the Greenville Road Bridge.
Mhm.
Okay, so let's go down to the ARPA projects with new information and considerations. So we kind of have to keep these in our minds. The cleaning,
Where are we? What page?
the green section, oh, we don't have this.
No, I don't have
I
that one.
put this in SharePoint.
Okay.
So,
We're gonna get
this is,
spanked for
it-
not doing our job right.
it just came in on Sunday night, I think, Monday morning.
All right.
And I thought I sent you guys links.
You probably did. You
Um,
sent 14,000.
I probably did. That is true. All right, so cleaning and disinfecting public buildings. This is, we had already voted for that.
Yep.
We had voted 75,000, and that can be charged to FEMA until 4/30/22. So this, instead of being set up as ARPA, will be charged to FEMA, and then they'll set up the account for ARPA starting in May.
And
Oh,
therefore, we
okay.
don't need to put it in the FY '23 operating budget?
We should talk about this. This might be a Jennifer question too, a Jennifer and a Terry. What do we do with all these things, like the human resources and the, they aren't really part of the operating budget. They're
Right.
outside of it. The human resources, and I'm not really sure, Ross. I mean, I always talk like I'm sure, but I'm never sure. The coordinator, the community services coordinator,
Yeah,
that's outside of the budget because it's in ARPA for FY '23.
right.
This cleaning is outside of the operating budget
So it
because
wouldn't
it's
be part of the
FEMA
budget.
and then ARPA.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure how you budget that in the town budget. It's almost like we need another little separate thing. We have this extra money hanging out, gang. I don't know how that works.
It's comes out of the omnibus budget and is funded with a different source. Instead of raise and appropriate,
Right, instead of raising
So-
appropriate.
it's gonna be,
Is Jennifer there?
Yeah, she's still
Did
there.
she know?
Yeah, she's there. Go ahead, Jennifer.
So if the position is 100% funded through ARPA, including the benefits, then you don't need a town meeting vote. So you wouldn't include it in any sort of a vote. In terms of FEMA, you should include it and just put the salary at 0 because FEMA is not going to cover 100% of the benefits for you. And then, I don't know if.
Okay,
ahead,
go
I'm
ahead, Jen. Sorry, I don't think that's a benefited position.
the cleaner is not.
Okay.
It's not a position.
Yeah. So if the
Okay.
plan is to fund that through ARPA, then just like, 100%, just like human resources and the community outreach, those don't need to be voted at town meeting. Those only require the select board's vote.
Okay. All right.
Now,
we'll
with
have
with
to-
that being, I don't know what you present in your warrant if you list, if you have a total complement of employees, you could still list it there, but you certainly don't need a vote to appropriate anything.
So we would put the salary at 0, maybe.
Correct.
The position is there, but the salary at 0 for this fiscal year.
To show that we had the position.
Right.
I agree with that.
I mean, I think that's a good approach too, because, you want folks to know that, in 3 years, 4 years, that these positions are gonna have to be funded elsewhere if you're going to keep them. So it's good, it's a good idea to highlight them.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right, contact tracing. So what Jennifer had said, this is possibly funded from the state. So what I would like to do is put it Board of Health expenses. So, or something like that, like what Gary was talking about, the COVID testing or something like that. I think that it's true that the state, it's possibly that all of this will be funded by the state, but even the postcards that were being sent out, or if we do COVID testing, so instead of calling it contact tracing, or maybe we keep it contact tracing, but drop it to 10,000, put it up in the blue category, so it gets its account,
Yeah.
and then just hold off on doing anything
Are they
with it.
still doing contact tracing? Seems to me there's so many people now that they've getting infected, they've stopped doing that, haven't they?
Well, I think we should, instead of saying contact tracing, maybe COVID-related expenses or something
Okay,
like
call
that.
it, so change this name to COVID-related expenses.
To
and
keep it,
drop
so
it
if we
to
need
10,000.
PPE or we need something else, that it covers
And I'm
that.
gonna ask you about buying test kits in my update. so-
Which is, I think that would be,
So that would be, okay, so we're gonna rename this, and Jennifer, I'll send this to you. We're gonna name this COVID-related expenses. Do we wanna just leave it at 100K, or do we wanna drop it to 10?
I'd leave it at the 100,000, because then if we can get PPEs, we can
find
get
out, 'cause
whatever
I'd
we
like to
need.
hear what Ross says.
Yeah.
And we may need to help, the, fire department in some
Okay, so we'll
respects, so,
just change it to COVID-related expenses.
COVID-related, yeah.
yeah.
Then it can go to fire department, go to highway department, go to anyone that needs something.
Yeah, and Jennifer, while you're here, I believe you had said that COVID test kits can be purchased under ARPA.
They can, and actually, we can purchase them through FEMA until April 30th now. So we actually have two funding mechanisms for those, which is great.
Okay,
Yeah.
good, thank
Yeah,
you.
we might wanna definitely
Get
take
some.
advantage of that.
Get some going, right? Mhm.
I'm just writing notes. Funded through FEMA. No, okay, all right, so we'll just leave that as is for now. Okay, meals for seniors, that also can come from FEMA. And Karen should jump on that as soon as she can, I guess. Get that started. And then the mortgage rental eviction support, I was gonna ask Benny to take a look at NASHAP, the state ARPA funds for the mortgage assistance. We had voted for mortgage assistance, but Jennifer says that it's possible that instead of taking it out of our ARPA funds, we can use that program.
Okay,
So I thought maybe that's something that Benny could look at.
okay.
And then also the earmark for the bandstand, I wanted to talk about that because in the letter that is in the SharePoint that you can read, it's the one marked mail. Apparently, or maybe it's the letter, I can't remember which one it's in, but in any event, that earmark has to be accepted by the town. So there's paperwork that we need to do to get that 50,000 because the bandstand committee and the cemetery and parks are not a 501c3,
Right.
where Squanicook Greenways is. So they receive their earmark directly.
Yeah.
But we have to accept that earmark. Did I get that right, Jennifer?
You did, yep. It's an online form, and I can forward that to Ross in the morning if you'd like. It's a pretty straightforward form, but you just have to formally request the funds.
And then we have to figure out how we're going to make use of it.
Right.
So yeah, so that earmark has to be accepted, which I didn't realize. So those were a couple things that I thought we could put on Vinnie's plate as things to do right away. So then there's the matter of the Greenville Road Bridge. And I talked to Jim Smith a little bit. So funds that we have left, if you keep everything exactly as it is, we have spent $2,397,550 of our $2,841,408, which leaves us with $443,858. We add 100,000 to that, taking the 50 from the harbor sidewalks and the 50 from the field behind town hall. That gives us $543,858 unallocated dollars, which could go to the bridge. If we wanted to drop the COVID-related expenses, that 100,000, we could take some of that. And then what else did I add in there? And I had one other thing. I was going through this trying to find things that Oh, the 60,000, the mortgage rental eviction. I added the 60,000 in. So I come out with about $603,000 that could go to the bridge, 600,000 could go to the bridge, and we have that 500,000 grant. But that assumes that the work will be completed by the end of September.
September 30th, yeah.
So where do we stand? What can we do here? Can we rebid that project
I would.
and designate 600,000 for the Greenville Road Bridge?
You know, I've heard from a couple private contractors that they could go in there, put a box culvert in there for a whole heck of a lot more than the 1 point something million.
Whole lot less.
A whole lot less, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I did.
Whole lot less, excuse me. Not more, less.
So I think.
Late, you know.
I've heard similar comments. I think we need to get some people together and figure out if there is a new design that's more cost effective, then we need to do that design before we go out to bid.
Yeah.
But we ought to look into that because if knowledgeable people think there's a better way to do it.
Then we should do it. We should look into it.
Look into it, yeah.
You know, if we can get it done reasonable in using people locally somehow, towns and any surrounding towns that can do the job and do it right, and we come out of this better money, that's what we should do.
So Dave isn't here anymore, but when I talked to him, he had requested that there be brackets hung to support the water.
Yeah, that's not nothing. That isn't really a big thing, but you just put that in, all you'd have to do is to mount the brackets, and when they do bring water, they just run the
Right,
water.
so he just requested that there be brackets to support future water.
But tell him he can pay, that's fine.
So I've got another list of things to do, but one is to get Jimmy Smith and a few of the local folks who think there's a better design together to do sort of a back of the napkin design to see if it actually is feasible to do it less costly, in which case then we look at getting an engineer to draw up the plans.
Yeah, and then get it, hopefully pull it off before September, we get the money.
Okay, so funding source, we've already expended $140,000 on engineering. Funding source was account number 311-04-425-5895-2020-000. It was an ATM article, I believe, for $200,000. So there's a little bit left in there. The $1,291,000 that was the bid, we have $500,000 for that from the small bridge loan. And we might want to see if it can be extended one more year. I don't know if it can or not.
With COVID going on, they may, because everything's delayed.
So if we go with the construction costs based on the bid, we need 790,000 there, but you can offset it from the 200K. So 700,000. So we don't quite make it with the ARPA funds that we have, the way it's allocated right now. Then there was a 10% contingency and more engineering construction, which actually, well, anyway. So that's just engineering support.
But you said there's still some design funds available?
It looks like there is, yeah. The account number is in what was in SharePoint, the Greenville Road Bridge, like this thing, yeah. And that would kind of go down to the engineering stuff. But anyway, so we're a little bit short, but we might be able to pull money from somewhere else.
But that's short on the 1.2 million.
2 million bid, yeah.
So if we go back out to bid and we knock that down to 800,000 or something, we'll do it. I'd go back out to bid on that.
This was the second lowest bid. There was one before that, but there was something not included in that.
And the people I've talked to, I think that bridge will come in at probably $700,000 or $800,000. To put
So what I do think we should do though is move to put the 600,000 into that bucket for the Greenville Road Bridge. And then see, you know, just so that it's set aside and then all our ARPA monies are spent. Is what it comes down to.
Well, I think we need to take care of this bridge.
So should we have a motion to set aside 600,000 for the Greenville Road Bridge?
I move that we set aside $600,000 in ARPA funding for the Greenville Road Bridge.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Joe Shank, yes.
Chaz Sexton-Duranian, yes.
All right, Veronica Cal, yes. So Jennifer, what I'll do is update, because we're gonna put a few of these on hold, even though they were already approved. Is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll touch base with Terry in the morning just to get the account set up.
Okay, all right. I'll send you an email that tells you which ones were voted and which ones we're gonna hold, even though they were already voted.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right,
Thank
anything on this? I think that was it. I think that was all. And I think we're good to go spending money now.
Thank
So-
you, Jennifer.
You didn't spend
Thank
enough
you,
money tonight,
Jennifer.
Veronica?
So Ross, I don't know the best way to go forward with this, with the staff to let them know what was approved, what wasn't. How would
I'm
you
gonna
like
talk to
do
Eric about the fee permitting. I'm gonna talk to Kathy about the voting equipment.
that? Okay,
I'm gonna talk to Jim Smith about getting a group together to sort of figure out if there is a better design.
okay. We spent 140,000 on a design. Just saying. Okay. And this is Eric for the permitting. What about Council on Aging? For the meals for seniors, to get that going? I think that's the one. So let Cara know that.
You want me to let Karen know about that?
Yeah. That the meals for seniors, as she outlined it. It's in this document, it's good to go. Let me just look at this here. Affordable Housing Trust we talked about. TEO, we have to figure out how to transfer those funds. Jennifer, are you still on?
Yes.
For ARPA 08, Townsend Ecumenical Outreach, that's a transfer to a nonprofit. How do we make that happen?
So do you have a trust agreement with them that somebody could send me that I could just take a look at? Or
think
trust,
we have-
I can work that out with Terry in the morning if you want.
Okay, yes, that would be good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
The broadband, the water treatment, so, and we can let Dave DeJong know that he's good to go with the water treatment plan engineering and the generators. Again, I don't know how those funds transfer. Does he just do it and then Terry, he submits the bills to Terry, or do
I
we?
think so. I would think so. But
Okay. And then the stormwater management, that's a combination of conservation or land use, really.
Yeah.
And I think that Mike is probably gonna wind up taking that over. He can talk to Jessica about that. And working with Jim Smith. I think that's a combination.
He just
thing.
Mike gave you the thumbs up.
Oh, good, okay.
Yeah, I'm here, but I'm honest. I'm eating ice cream while I'm sitting here, so I have my camera off.
Thanks
good.
about that, Mike.
Okay, so the 52,000 for stormwater management, talk to Jessica because she was the one that put in for that.
Yeah, we've already been discussing it.
Okay, good, all right. So that's approved, so, and I think that's it. Benton Pond Comcast build out. Ross, you'll take care of that, right? Just have that bill paid, the Comcast bill for the Benton Pond build out. I can send that to you. I think I have the emails back and forth with the guy from Comcast. I'll send that to you, to Ross. Cleaning, disinfecting, we're all set. COVID-related expenses, we left at 100K. And, yeah, I think we're all good then.
Good job.
All the money is spent.
So we're supposed to
For
do
now.
with it, ain't we?
That is. So, that's it. Moving on. 5.1, update on the town administrator search.
We had, we're having a meeting on the 20th, which is this Thursday, to discuss what the next steps are. There were, I believe, 8 or 9 applications. The questions that we will be discussing is where exactly was this posted? We're not sure if it was in MMA or not in MMA.
So I will get it in MMA this week, tomorrow, hopefully.
Okay.
And while we're talking about that, this is on a different subject, the webmaster. I did not post that in MMA, should I?
Yes, but
Okay.
I can do that. Just send me the latest job postings and
Okay.
Chaz, do I have the latest for the TA search? Is it?
I don't know what was posted, but I can,
You would mind sending it to me?
Yeah,
That way
I
I'll
can
get
do
the
that.
the latest version.
do that. And basically, it was just discuss what our next steps are and what they want me to report back to the board in regards to what's going on. But the thought is that we needed to expand the search because that was a very small pool of what should have been, at least my thought, much more, a much bigger response.
Can I say something? We got a second one in from one of the people that had applied.
Mhm.
Have you contacted these people,
Mhm.
all of them, to say we've
Mhm.
received it?
Mhm.
Okay.
So we're talking about the search, TA search
Yes.
update.
So is there a date for when, how long we'll accept applications for?
We're meeting on Thursday.
So
The agenda is those items.
we want to address Mrs. Savoy's comment to us earlier this evening.
I'm just waiting for direction.
So, Madam Chair,
Go ahead. Go ahead, Chad.
No, how do you wanna present what, the public comment was in regards to the,
adding a female to the list.
We had defined the search committee, and then we had appointed to the search committee. Did we even have a female apply?
No.
yes. Yes, we had one. And if you looked at it, it was an employee, an at-large, somebody from the selectmen, somebody from the finance committee, and somebody,
7, right?
no, 5. A department head. And I think the woman who applied would have been that large member at that point, so it was with 2 people.
Well, I mean, not a slight Ms. Savoy, whatever, I think she has a pretty legit concern and question. I don't think we as a board appointed all men to slight any women or anything like that. And I think that the committee that we picked, is a pretty rounded, group of individuals throughout the community and employees. We open that back up, then we might have even, bigger problems. I just think it's something we'll just keep in mind on the next time we do that, maybe we need to look at that just so we don't make any female feel slighted from what we're doing. That's my opinion.
I think I will second that only because I feel like we're in the process. We should keep going and not change things up at this point, even though I'm a woman.
And I hope,
Well, it
Mr. Boy,
was
you
not,
understand.
it was not, that wasn't really a part of it. That to be honest, we put out for who wanted to be on the committee, and we got the applications in, and then we voted on what we had. So it wasn't like we,
We're intentionally.
right.
So
And
I
it
think
wasn't
at
until
this point-
afterwards that we realized that it was all men, to be quite honest with you.
Right, and I think we even might have commented.
We did,
Sure.
afterwards, after the fact.
Afterwards, yeah.
But we don't want you to feel that we were trying to slight any woman at all,
I know that, Joe. Thank you. It was I just wanted to bring it to light, that's all.
Yeah, well, it was well taken.
It just kind of happened, and I hope going forward that.
Yeah,
there's
well,
a little
now
more
we'll pay
cognizance.
attention.
In this is just my thought now, I'm not speaking for the board, I'm speaking for myself. Had it been a committee that was, dealing with something that is not as, with sensitive information, I might even say that, other people could be involved in the conversation that we had. However, we are dealing with confidential information and all of that kind of stuff. So having somebody just sit in on the meetings and all that kind of stuff really wouldn't be appropriate, I would think.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, John.
Sure.
All right.
Okay.
I think, are you done?
5.1, yeah.
Okay.
I'll report back after our meeting, so if you want to put me on the next
For
agenda.
February?
Yeah.
Are you guys gonna review what you have?
We're gonna discuss, everybody has
All the
everything,
resumes?
yeah.
Okay,
And we're just gonna discuss what our recommendations are for the board, and then they're gonna let me know what to bring forward to you guys.
okay, all right. 5.1.1, town administrator.
You missed that 5.1.0.1.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's because it's on the. I'm really sorry.
Do you need some coffee, Madam Chair?
I do.
You get a
Actually,
coffee
I
break?
have tea right here, but I haven't even. Okay, so I have the agenda somewhere here. There were, I think you added one thing, Ross, and I added one thing after, and I had it up, but then I went searching.
Would you like a copy?
No, that's.
Here,
okay.
give me, yeah, take that one.
5.1.
I'll take that one.
Okay, now I have 3 agendas. 5.101. No, that's not on here.
5.1.0.
That's not on there?
Oh,
Yes, 5.1.0.1.
Yeah, not on that one.
sign MGL 268A, section 20B, form relating to Joe Shen. So is there a motion?
I move that we sign the Mass General Law 268A, section 20D form relating to Joe Shank in regards to the.
It's a disclosure of
yeah.
his involvement with Harbor Auto that he's been doing for a long time. This
I
is-
will second. Go ahead, Russ, go ahead.
No, that's straightforward.
All right. So do we need to read it? Do we need to do anything? Beyond just vote to sign it?
I think just vote to sign it. I mean, if you've had copies of it.
Right.
For anybody listening, it's because Harbor Auto does business with the town, although in their towing contracts, they don't actually receive funds from the town. And I think currently there isn't a contract in place. It's just they get called for towing when needed.
Does there need to be a contract in place? Because I know that last year there was talk about contracts were going to come forward to us, but
So bids
They
were
never
put
did.
out and nothing's been done on those bids, I think for March of this year. So that's a separate topic,
okay,
and we're working on that too, what we need to do with that. But this is just to disclose that Harbor Auto does business with the town.
okay. Motion's been made and seconded. All those in
There's a
favor?
hand up.
There's a hand. Andrea,
You're muted, Andrea.
Andrea, you got a question?
Andrea, if you unmute.
I'm sorry, I forgot to unmute. Um, I don't understand why the Board of Selectmen are voting on this. In the past, when someone had a disclaimer, the person just filed it with the town clerk and that was it. I don't understand why you're voting on it.
I think because it needs signatures.
It's to recognize that it was addressed by the board, and it's on the advice of some state officials and town council.
So in the future, anyone who does a disclaimer has to be signed by the rest of the people on the board in which they participate?
I would say in general, yes. I've seen that in planning boards when a planning board member has some connection to an application. He or she submits a disclosure form and informs the rest of the board that he thinks he still can vote objectively. And the board either accepts it or rejects it. Most cases.
Just send a notice out to all departments and committees then so that they can be in compliance.
Andrea, on the form itself, it says approval of the 20D exemption, and it does have, the approving body needs to be city council, board of aldermen, board of selectmen, town council, or district prudential committee. So these, it looks to me that these are supposed to be approved.
Well, yeah, but
Yeah.
the 20D may not apply to all other committees. This is partially because it's a selectman that's involved versus planning board, conservation, finance committee or something.
Okay.
Well, I assume that it's to disclose any kind of perception, if not actuality, of a potential conflict.
Yes, there are multiple sections of the ethics bylaw or ethics general law that talk to this, and this one's specifically aimed at members of the select board.
Correct. This is for a selectman, a mayor, alderman. These are specific to a governing role.
So then it doesn't apply to other boards. Okay,
No.
thank you.
And it does need to be signed by the approving body.
Yes.
So. All right. All those in favor?
Essex and Duranian, yes.
Veronica Kell, yes.
Shawshank, abstain.
Okay. All right.
And I think we need to submit a copy of this to the town clerk.
This has to
Yeah.
go to town clerk, and also, Ross, it has to be, a copy of this signed has to be sent out to that gentleman.
In the city. Yep.
And you'll handle that, correct?
Of course.
Thank you.
All right, so now we're on to the report.
Now Ross is up.
Okay.
Didn't think it was gonna come, huh?
I think I mentioned already that Vinny DeSalvo started as our grant administrator. He's here to help departments obtain more grants and manage the ones they have. I've also asked him to summarize and provide a list of all grants obtained. So I'm asking all grant recipients to send to Vinny a summary of their grants for FY22 and grants going forward. I will be sending a note to all department heads on that. Speaking of grants, Captain Marty Scott, Fire Department obtained a grant for $2,500 to cover the purchase of a new AED device. The device costs $2,800 and he got $2,500. So thank you to Marty. I'm working on the shared street and spaces, IFB for bike lanes and crosswalks. Veronica, I am pledging to have a copy of that to you by the end of this week for you to review, and hopefully we can get it sent out next week.
Perfect, thank you.
Budgets and capital requests. Most departments have submitted their FY23 budget. Those that are missing, I penciled in my guess on their budgets. These line items will be updated as soon as they arrive, but I wanted to get some placeholders in so we could start looking at the total figure. I also gave you, or will give you tonight, copies of the full omnibus budget. Please review it and please check the Board of Selectmen budget because I just sort of penciled some numbers in there, again, as placeholders.
Did you get the email I sent you?
I saw it, but I haven't put it into the budget
Okay.
yet. I won't tell anybody tonight what the total budget is because a lot of them are draft numbers that I placed in there. I don't want people to have heart attacks unnecessarily. Hopefully I have overestimated budgets and the numbers will be coming down. I don't believe I mentioned the last meeting, but Mike Crowley started last week as Townsend's land use coordinator. He's over there with the conservation in that office. The building department had asked us to appoint an alternate building inspector. This person will cover whenever our building inspector is not available. Normally, it's just the building inspector who makes this recommendation, but I wasn't sure what involvement the board wanted to have or what information they want to know about before they vote this appointment. So based on your answers, we could have a recommendation for you on the first, or depends on what you'd like to hear.
Didn't we
Are
have?
you asking for
Well, I was going to,
answers right now?
put in a name for tonight, but then I heard there was maybe some questions you wanted to have answered first. So I'm looking for direction on what you'd like to know so I can get you the answers.
Didn't we have a person that worked for us, Bentley?
Bentley heard it, yeah.
Heard it, he was our, wasn't he our associate? And I think when that job came up for a full-time position, he put in for it, but then didn't get it, but I don't know if
thought
he
he
stayed.
was hired, but it never progressed.
Something that didn't go, but I mean, is he still considered?
I have no idea. I guess I'd like to know who other towns use.
Usually towns use each other's. It's sort of an unofficial mutual aid,
That's the way I thought it
Association.
usually worked.
and it's usually someone that you'd like to be, familiar with the town as much as possible. Therefore, someone local is usually the person. But
Yeah, I mean, whatever Eric thinks, but I just don't want to short or slight,
I know that, let's see. I thought he wound up taking a position in another place.
So this appointment should have happened when, in June or something?
I think it should happen, yes.
Okay.
in June.
And
Most of these are probably 1-year appointments that have probably expired.
right, and who do we know who was doing it before?
I don't.
And if we do have to appoint somebody, it would only be until June.
I believe so, yeah. Possibly a year for whatever the appointment is, but probably makes sense to have all sequenced, sync to be in June.
Yes, and I also know that there's a need in the building department right now, so I believe that, my thought is that if we go ahead and do what the building department suggests, we can revisit this in June to do it for the full year. So I propose that, Madam Chair, that we.
And that way he must know that person and work together and just, you know.
I'm here Googling away.
So I have a name for you for the next meeting.
Yeah, that would be good.
I'll have
And
that
the
name in that.
appointment will be
I do.
until June,
Okay.
through the fiscal year.
We have that name that we could just vote on and move.
Well, it wasn't posted as part of the agenda.
Correct.
And
Oh, this is only your update.
I guess what I'm looking for is a resume of sorts. What town is this person a building inspector in? Because I would be more comfortable appointing someone who is a building inspector
Or an associate
Currently,
is best, or
in
associate.
another town.
Yeah.
Right now. That's all. Okay.
okay. Do that. We talked about this evening when Jennifer was here about using ARPA funds and possibly FEMA funds to buy test kits. The health department has had some preliminary discussions with both the TEMA folks and the fire department on a plan and how they would distribute the test kits. It'd probably be a drive-in process behind the fire station, drive-through. Does the board have a preference on how many we purchase? Prices have been ranging from, I've seen $9 to $15 for the rapid tests, depending on the quantities. And what are your thoughts on who we would make them eligible for?
Okay, so here are my thoughts. A, the federal government opened a website today for free test kits per household. You have to get on the website and select. So there's that. That's number one. Number two, if we're purchasing test kits, I would like to get those poll pads first because we could keep track of who is,
Well, yes, and Kathy was going to check to see if they could, instead of a voter registration list, if they could load a residence list or something
right.
on those poll pads.
Yeah, I would think you would be able to and switch back and forth.
Yeah, just
And
like they
if not,
did.
she should get the kind where you can.
Well, they can do it like they did for the town meeting.
Well, they scan a driver's license against a list of registered voters.
Right.
Well, we could,
I was assuming you're going to do it against,
we could mix it with voter registration. If you aren't,
Yeah.
you get registered. I guess
yes,
that's
although we're trying
discriminatory.
to make the process be fast.
Right.
So anyway, okay.
I know the state's has made it available 8 per family, 8 per person per month can be charged against your insurance company. But then my thought was, actually my wife's thought, was some people don't have insurance.
Right.
So we could address that population. Do we say towns and residents only? Do we say people without insurance get first shot at it?
If we're buying them, we absolutely say towns and residents.
Towns and
first.
residents only.
I think it should be towns and residents only.
Only, yes,
If
absolutely.
we're purchasing them. We should provide information on where to get the free ones for everybody, I think. And Carla can look that up and put it on the website. as far as whether you have insurance or not, I don't know that I would ask people that question.
Yeah.
It's just a level of, I just wouldn't do that. But I do think we should limit, you can't come every day. Although with the quick test, you really do want to come every day.
Well,
So
and then
limit a number per month or something, just to,
if we're able to track driver's licenses, we're able to tell that someone's not getting back in line again and coming through.
if we don't have a way to track it, then we need to talk about a way to track it.
We could, minimum, we could write down someone's name and address. And that list gets provided to the check-in people for the next day.
Next time.
That's a lot of work. That's a lot of work. You want to make it simple, you want to make it easy.
Yep.
The other thing is just to say, hey, whoever wants it comes get it. When we're out, we're out.
Yeah.
And set up a certain amount of money that we're gonna spend per month on test kits.
We should do it per day so that we don't have everybody coming all at once.
Yeah.
My thought to extend it.
How many kits are we thinking? And where's the funding coming from, ARPA? Or,
ARPA or FEMA? I mean,
FEMA until.
so are we
the-
limited
the
to how
relevant
much
information
money?
is not from the local taxpayers. It's-
Let's think about this more. Let's have someone write this up.
Well, Gary Shepard sounded like he was well into it with, so why don't we just,
Well,
the fire department's gonna
Gary
do it?
and the team of folks and Carla and Board of Health and Chris have been working on
Yeah.
plan. I'm not bringing people into town hall to get them.
Right.
No, I don't.
I
think
want
that's a good
something
idea.
easy drive-through.
Right at the back of the firehouse.
Tima has been helping with the Vax clinics, so they're sort of geared up for that. I think it's, how many kits do we want to go out? Some guidance on how we're gonna administer, and we can figure out the rest of the details.
Well, you can pre-qualify somebody. Having them say requesting it of some sort.
Sure, but this is, I don't want to rule out people who don't have internet access or
I'm
don't
not
have.
saying internet, I'm saying pre-qualify. So, if we got somebody in the Board of Health that's sitting at that desk, they can answer the phone. If somebody needs it, they can call up.
How many test kits do you see in a month?
Excuse me?
How many test kits per month do you see being purchased?
There's what, 9,000 residents in the town of Townsend? I don't think you'd get 9,000 people to come get them, but
And how frequently are we gonna do it? I'm just looking at dollars here. I mean, 100 test kits, that's $1,500.
Yeah, I think 100 is would go so fast.
100 in a
I
day
would
would
be
go.
talking 1,000. Yeah.
Okay, so you're
Per
talking
per
1,000.
day, probably.
That's $15,000 dollars, if it's at the $15, the high point. Okay, so 15,000. We're gonna wipe out that 100,000 real quick, and when the next, the Delta virus or we have Delta, we have Omicron, we have Gamma, I don't know, whatever is gonna come next, and it will come. We won't have the money for the test kit.
that's coming out of that 100,000 that we put aside, right?
So I think we should, how is the Board of Health signing people up for vaccines?
I was just gonna say that I think maybe we should ask the Board of Health for some guidelines on what they think and get recommendations before we do that.
And I would say that,
No,
It's sort of like
Neshoba Board of Health.
pulling teeth, and I think it needs some direction from the board saying, this is what we want. I would then go to them and say, now let's work out the nitty gritty for the distribution.
okay, so then guidelines? I can do guidelines. Okay, so it's gonna be, they need to have a method of tracking it. We will not spend, we have 100,000 set aside for this for the next 4 years. If we're gonna spend 15,000 in a day, that's not a good plan.
No.
It would be probably a week, but okay.
Even a week, it's not sustainable. So I think that our first thing to do is to push people to the free website. They mail them to you.
Yeah.
And it opened tomorrow?
Today.
Today. It just opened. And so, and they mail them to you. Now, how long it will take to get, I don't know. I think that if we're gonna buy test kits, I would rather, there needs to be a way to sign up to get one.
Well, and I agree with you, but to me, in order to justify the funding, there has to be like an emergency type reason, not emergency, but you know, they can, if it's something that they need to apply for and get it then for free, then they need to do that.
I mean, this became, you know, high demand around holidays as people wanted to check before they went to family and gatherings.
School opening, closing.
Yeah,
Now the state's coming up with giving all those test kits to the schools and the kids now too.
Right.
They just talked about today.
you know, some of this is all pending and coming soon, but I'd like to see something definitive instead of having people wait 2 or 3 hours to go get a test.
In my opinion, Mr. Shepherd's already kind of got the ball of that. He already has been talking with them. It's a perfect spot at the back of that firehouse, gets people off, drive in, say, you know, first come, first served, Townsend resident. And we're gonna have, you know, 100 kits a day is good, you know, I mean, that's what I would say. I mean, we're gonna distribute 100 kits a day and limit it to, you know.
We will be done with our ARPA funds for this purpose in 2 months.
Yeah, no.
100 tests a day, 30 days, 45,000, 2 months, we're done.
Oh, all right, so that's not sustainable.
Not at $15 a kit. It's not sustainable. What are we trying to do?
That's what I want to know.
I was seeing this as a public service to help people better control their health, better control the possible infections, and save people from waiting 2 or 3 hours at a CVS parking lot to, you know, to get this stuff done. You're right, there are alternatives out there. I mean, if you've got insurance, you can apparently get paid, you get 8 of them per person per month.
Yeah.
Reimbursed by your insurance company. If you get the ones that the state's making available, those are free. This may not be something we really have to do, but having seen town employees that almost everybody now has been exposed or has had it, it's tough when you gotta go wait in line and then wait several days to get the results.
Okay, so then it's, if you're doing a rapid test, you really have to take them on consecutive days. Because one rapid test doesn't cure you, doesn't absolve you. If you do the PCR test, which you do have to wait, it's more accurate.
Yeah, I don't think those are the ones that are being handed out.
No, they're
by the
not,
government.
they're the rapid tests. So, you know, I guess it comes down to this. How many to purchase? I would say we could purchase 1,000, see how long that lasts. I think that and they should try to get it for less than $9. So,
Find where you can buy a
because
bulk.
if we're paying $15 and maybe we want to combine with other towns, because maybe there is some bulk discount. But so you buy 1,000 tests. And then you have to be a Townsend resident. And someone,
Gotta be
saying we
accountable.
don't have the community services person in place, but they can call the Board of Health. Carla can be the phone person. Call to get it, they sign up with her, they go to the fire station.
So
We
you-
have hours available for this. You can call between these hours, you can pick up between these hours.
So you'd like everybody to pre-register?
Yeah, you pre-register just like you do for a vaccine.
Yeah.
So if you need a test, you call Carla at 9 a.m. You pick it up at the fire station by noon.
Yeah.
Something like that. And she has you know, back and forth with them, something worked out so that
Yeah,
they
it's
know
a
who's coming.
questionnaire or whatever, so that it falls within the parameters of what we're doing.
Yeah.
And then we
Right.
can only do so many per week or day, or however you want to
We
do it.
see how long 1,000 lasts. Because as more become available to people, it's less likely that they're gonna call town hall together. A
Well,
lot of people
cows
aren't
are.
gonna call town hall because it's not confidential. And so everybody will know they're getting they're picking up a text. You know, and there's a lot of that goes on.
I mean, my concern is overloading Carla or anybody in the Board of Health with a lot of phone calls.
Mhm.
You know, if we're gonna run it open, we run it open one day and see what happens. And then see if it's sustainable, because it's not a sustainable thing from a financial standpoint. And if we aren't gonna, I mean, who knows, people might be hoarding tests.
Well, they are. I mean, people are doing that, I hear. They're going by as many as they can but, you
Well,
know,
yes, but it's because they haven't been able to get them. and
Yeah.
We know that they're gonna be going to a family gathering next weekend.
so I want to bring everything, do all the family
Okay, so
tests.
here's another idea. You pay $5. You have a $5 copay for it, so to speak. You just drive up. We have the 1,000 tests. We open it, we say we're gonna have 100 to distribute. And it's a $5 copay. You pay your $5, you're good to go. And we know how many tests we've given, so we know how many $5 bills we should have at the end of the time period, because we have cash.
Well, my opinion, I think,
And then we continually fund, you know, so we say, okay, 15,000, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna buy 1,000. We have no idea how this is gonna work, but we're gonna give it a shot.
$5
So we're gonna
coming back.
distribute them this day, you know? I mean, if we don't do the distribute, there's phone calls involved anyway, because how does the fire station know when someone's gonna come to get their, you know, we have to have a window that we're distributing these tests. And we have to have a way that people can know that, and that's not an easy thing in Townsend. Maybe the flashing sign. Get your test this day. It'll be a zoo. But hey, bring your $5. Okay, so you pay the $5, you know, and then we take that money, we buy that many more tests, and we go until we don't have any more $5. That's another way to do it. I don't know, I'm just talking. But I'm trying to think of a way to make it sustainable without us spending the 100,000 that we're setting aside for COVID-related expenses, when we might need to send a postcard. I mean, maybe we do another mailing. We do a once-a-month mailing that says, this is the day you get tests. And I wouldn't give them out for free, you know, I wouldn't.
Well, that might separate the people who have insurance because they can get them for free or reimbursed from people who don't.
Right, and I wouldn't make it, you know, $10 or $15.
We're not charging for something we get for free. We're charging for something we pay for,
And
Right,
we're giving a discount.
even though it is ARPA money.
I'm just trying to think of a way to make it sustainable beyond you know,
I mean, we may be at a point where enough people have been exposed, enough people have vaccinations that when they get COVID, it's nothing more than a bad flu at that point, in which case maybe the testing is less of an issue.
And I know, I'm gonna throw this in the mix too, is that there are individuals who may need a test to be able to get into treatment or to go to an IOP or a PHP
Or to
or mental
to
health or
Playing in the
whatever.
world tennis tournament in Australia, they may need
Wow.
to get tested.
That he's got enough money to buy his own laboratory to do his own test, but
here's
anyway.
the thing, I don't mind town employees, for example, going to the fire station to be tested. I was told that couldn't happen because of HIPAA.
Right.
I asked this a year
Oh,
ago.
we got into that, didn't we?
So
Yeah, we
I
did.
have solved that, and we have been sending town employees to the fire station and they've been tested.
So I'm good with that. I don't have any
How is
problem.
that possible? We can do it today, But we
I
couldn't
don't
before.
even want to know how it wasn't possible when we first asked
Just-
for that.
It's working now, and I won't go into more details. But
So,
You've got
but
the
we
right
were
people in
told
the
that.
right places.
So I am good with town employees going and being tested, not paying their $5, et cetera, but if we're gonna have like this open thing, when there are other ways to get it, that's a problem. It's not a problem, it needs to be managed. I don't know, what were you thinking?
Let the fire department, let the Board of Health figure it out, come to us, say this is what we're doing. We'll authorize, this is how many tests we're gonna buy, and then figure out how to do it.
That's where we are now,
Yeah.
because we'll take care of the logistics of handing it out.
Yeah.
Based on the guidelines you want to set, but it's a question of how much do you want to buy?
I'd buy 1,000 kits, get the best deal we can, and then see where we go.
It's not gonna last long if what you say is true.
So we'll see.
That's why it's demand. We see,
see.
and we do it once.
So we do it once, and then we stop spending the money. Well, we tried our best.
But we
Yeah.
have to advertise it because people will say, I didn't know. So the ways to advertise it, to get it to people with no insurance, maybe is TEO, through the churches, through healthcare providers.
Well, I think that's something that we just let them do. Just,
Okay.
we'll do, we shouldn't,
Make
let
this-
them do it.
Authorize how much and let them figure it
Can
out.
we skip on the pre-registering? That just adds one more step to the.
Yeah, I don't think we need to, I don't think we need to pre-register, just, we're gonna give out free kits, we're gonna give them out on Monday morning at 8 o'clock to 12 o'clock, they're gonna be at the fire station, you're gonna be a Townsend
For
resident.
anybody listening, that's all just speculation. We don't have that plan yet,
Right.
so don't show up Monday morning. We're
We're,
not ready
we're
yet.
talking
I just
about
realized
this,
I missed it.
Thank you.
so that's my opinion.
And we charging or are they free? I would suggest we ought to make them free, but I certainly understand Veronica's position about sustainability. that-
Otherwise, we're doing it once. That's it. This is it. We're doing it once, period. Again, you missed it. Too bad for you. Find a different way. I mean,
Well, but we did something though, that's the thing, we've done something, okay? If we can put 1,000 test kits in the Townsend residents,
my thought is we should wait until the next holiday. And I'm serious, and do it the week before the holiday. I mean, when are the times, or the week after the holiday, or 2 weeks after the holiday?
When we get a handle on the kits and know when they're coming in, we can pick the time. Because I think it's premature to plan now for,
we don't know if we can get the kits.
So how much money do we want to spend?
Just buy 1,000 kits and assume it's at $15, that's 15,000, right? Just do that and we'll go from there once we get them, then figure it out. Let's
or
get
give
them.
me a dollar number, and we'll buy that many kits.
$10,000.
15,000. Chaz, weigh in.
I abstain.
If it's
Split it,
9
12.5.
I'm going on the low end, 9,000. It says 9 to 15.
Okay, $10,000.
So find out how many you have to buy to get the $9 price. It says prices range from 9 to 15, depending quantity. I don't have information here.
Well, this is what I've seen, I haven't really paid a lot of attention. I wasn't planning to go out and buy kits, but I think when I see the demand for them and what I think we can provide as a service to the public.
Yeah.
It's worth considering.
We can help the public in these times by doing that. Maybe the fire department through FEMA will have a better connection to get them at a better price. Or
Well,
Carla,
yeah,
the
this is
Board of
true.
Health. See what I'm
It's
saying?
not ARPA money right now, it's FEMA money.
Right.
Right, so-
and I also think the Council on Aging is gonna be able to weigh in on that as well, so we have many different.
So I would just put the feeler out there, Ross. We're saying, okay, we got $10,000. Talk to a couple of the people and see what they come up with. They say, hey, you guys can you go out and see what you can get as for the town, from the fire department, Board of Health, seniors, and maybe they'll say, oh, we got a heck of a deal going here.
The senior center is hosting vaccination clinics, I think, on a regular basis. So they're doing their part. Team is, I think, is helping with staffing of that.
Mhm.
Um,
McNabb's is been doing a lot of vaccination clinics. Maybe talk with her local. I mean, we did that. If we can buy local and she can put a big order in to help us. I mean, let's do what we can.
I think all I need from you is the okay to do the clinic, I mean, the kits and a dollar amount. We'll work the logistics and I'll get back to you.
Okay, it's FEMA money, let's go with 15K.
Second.
I said
ARPA money?
Done. Ross, there's your directive, 15 grand.
Do we need a motion, or are you good with this? Consensus, 15K. Anybody disagree?
No,
Nope.
And it comes from FEMA, not ARPA.
And get us a deal. We're a poor town.
Okay, thank you.
Then tell us how we're gonna distribute them later.
I think last year the board may have been involved in some of the lawn care, not land care, but lawn care contracts, such as fertilizing the lawns up of town buildings.
Mhm.
We've gotten a quote from a vendor. Normally that'd be something facilities would handle, but they wanted to be sure that the board
Okay,
was
so here are
okay.
my thoughts. I would like a facilities budget that includes all the buildings that this goes for. I want to know, in other words, I want to know, because the facilities budget, I'm sorry, has been like off the ball. And in the sense that the dollars that are budgeted can be way under or way over what is actually spending. And nobody could tell me what was being spent for what in any of those budget numbers. The employee salaries, those were fine. It was all the other stuff that's below there. So what I would like to know is, and this goes back to what we talked about last meeting, the maintenance plan for each of the buildings. So what are we doing for this building this year? Okay, we're replacing the windows. We're, caulking the doors. We are, and we're hiring somebody to do the lawn care. And then we go to the next building and we have the same sort of thing, so that we know what buildings are being serviced by the contracts that we sign. And I have no clue. So it's very nice. So we have that, and the contractor, I guess, would like the business for FY23, and I don't have any problem with the contractor. I just want to know what buildings that's for, how it compares to before. It is organic, and we had specified organic last year.
So I saw quotes for all the individual buildings. I think I forwarded you one as an example. But
there's for every building.
Every building,
Yeah.
okay.
so it's broken out by building.
And do we know what last year was? Like, was there a 2% increase or?
I can find out about that, but what we have is a quote in hand, and normally this would be something that the facilities manager and possibly town administrator look at and make this decision, on what they want. But if the board wants to do it. then-
I don't think I don't want to be involved in that. That's up to them and you guys, if we got to make a decision, we want organic, because I think that's good for
And I
shows,
think what I saw was organic.
you know what I mean?
It is. It's
And
all, it's
we
all,
just
it's the
vote on
same,
it.
it's the same contract, but I agree with you, Veronica. There needs to be a better breakdown
Yeah.
on what's going on in the facilities department, because that also bleeds into a lot of the IT needs that we have, and there's a lot of gray area that doesn't make sense to me, because one account is way overspent and other accounts are way underspent. So there's a budgeting issue.
Well, I mean, that can just be a case of accounting charging them to the right account.
I understand that, but it's,
When we
need
see
to-
them get out of balance, we look and see, well, wait a minute, that bill should have been charged to this versus that.
Right, so,
But part of my mantra for doing budgets is, I don't really care whether facilities pays for it or senior center pays for it, but I want to know what it is, so when the bill comes in, we're not all going like this, pointing at
Right.
the other person.
mhm.
And if you're gonna put it in facilities, we gotta be sure we put the budget in there. And I know that when I saw the senior center budget, they actually took $1,000 off, I think, for phone bill, because they were assuming that's gonna be put in facilities that pay for that.
But we don't know. I mean,
Well, that's
so,
part of what will come out of the budget process, I hope, is more understanding of what goes into each line item and which building or department is paying for.
and I should be able to say, okay, so there's that line item. Show me the contracts for that line item and where we're paying them. And that hadn't happened. I think it's different now. But it hadn't, I couldn't get that.
Well, I was just starting off with, I thought, a simple question on
Well, I'd
lawn
also,
care.
Sorry,
I'd also
yeah.
like to know in lawn care, was it just a 1-year contract that we had? Which to me is, why do we have a 1-year contract on something like that?
I think that market changes and those contractors come and go and prices change.
And so if it's for all the buildings, do we have to bid that out? Because I know that, I think it was the lawn mowing
The-
contract.
Yeah, the landscaping.
The landscaping was for, which is different from the lawn care. And was over an amount. It was a 1-year contract and it wasn't procured.
Well, these contracts I saw for the fertilizer, I thought were like $1,200 for a building.
Per building, but when you put it all together, what does it come out to?
It's gonna be less than the 35,000 you need to do the bid. I mean, anything with a dollar sign, it's sometimes is worth getting other quotes,
Okay.
but I don't think you have to actually, I don't think reaches the quantity where it has to be a formal bid.
And I hope we try to start using that Townsend first thing that we all talked about and voted. Get local, buy within town. I mean, it's really important. Promote within.
We need a policy on that. too.
We did.
Yes, we do.
We don't have a policy.
I'm
We
ready.
talked about it, but we don't have a
We
policy.
voted for one.
We don't have one.
I'm working on it. One of the few other things, but I'm working on it. It's on my list.
I also, I want to have, faith in the facilities department. I don't want to actually step on their toes to say this, but is there any way that we could see last year to compare it to this year and then we can go from there? Is that?
That's fine.
Okay. Can we get to that information? I think the gist of this is, these are things that would normally be done on an operating level that wouldn't have to bother.
We wouldn't have to, but in lieu of the situation. That's why we're involved, unfortunately, because I would much rather not worry about that.
And that is the end of my report. Thank you.
All right, so, thank you, Ross. Reports from board liaisons. Maybe you don't want to start with me, but.
I have nothing. Chaz?
Public safety.
Public safety.
I just have two things.
Oh, wait, before we go on. This isn't well, maybe it is. We can do it under that as opposed to it's the
Oh,
charter.
the charter movement,
The charter,
Oh, yeah.
through the legislature.
5.1.2. Go ahead. You can do that.
Let's do that one. John Page had called, I think today. Is it the 18th?
Yeah,
Yes.
Was
supposed
the
to be
day
today.
that-
He's on too, so.
That they were going to hear it in session. And what I was looking for was a motion to make John Page in charge of shepherding the charter through the legislative process, whatever that may entail.
Oh, I'm good with that. He was in charge of it and ran it and did a great job, so I think he needs to, we should put him in charge to
He was
follow
the
up and
chair.
finish it.
I sent him a letter last week telling him that I had asked him to be in charge of this pending the board's vote tonight, so I think
You make the
something gives
motion.
him some official standing from the board would be good.
Yeah,
So is there a motion to,
Madam Chair,
yes, John.
I'm here. I
Okay.
want to know if I'm going to get special robes and a scepter.
Oh, absolutely. I have some old graduation gowns that I can provide to you. I think I have a navy blue and a black, John. Which would you prefer?
Well, I just want to have the shepherding things on my sleeve.
Okay.
Great.
I will now that the levity is passed. I did leave a call in with Lauren Rooney, who's Representative Harrington's assistant. They did have everything for today. I did not hear yet as to what the decision was, but I will keep the board informed.
Okay.
so there's a motion on the floor to,
I move to make John Page in charge of shepherding the charter through the legislature.
second,
And that he's the official representative of Townsend in this process.
Yeah.
All right. All those in favor?
Joe Shank, yes.
Chad Sexton Duranian, yes.
Veronica Cal, yes. And John, I'll get you something to help out with that.
John, you got us in there? You got an answer for us yet?
I want something like Gandalf.
Okay, I'll work on it.
All right, take care.
Thanks,
you.
John, for doing all you're doing.
All right, now we can go to liaison reports.
I attended the rec department meeting, last week, I think it was. We are working, they are working on, a marketing plan to get contributions for the, fitness court. They've got, marketing material set up. They were strategizing on, what companies that they're going to target and different, fundraising things that they're going to do. So they're doing a really good job with that. Along with other programs, they have the ski program going on. So they're cooking with their winter activities. I also been working with the planning department, planning board, and I've been asked to, the planning board wants to wrap up the master plan committee, and they're awaiting receipt of the final document. And they're looking for recommendations for a course of action to assist them in getting the final document from the master plan committee. It has been requested to have it delivered in Word format on a flash drive to the town clerk, but they're not getting any response. So they are asking me to report that to the board, and then maybe some suggestions on how they're going to be able to get the master plan. So that they can move forward, the planning board move forward. So
Who's holding it up?
they have asked the master plan committee to submit it to the town clerk on a flash drive, and they haven't received it yet. And it's been, I don't necessarily know how long it's been, but I know the last meeting that had talked about, they were going to give it more time, and it's still not delivered.
I would ask Ross to send out a letter to that committee and say, we're giving you 30 days to get that to us. And if we don't get it from you, we're gonna go to the source that we paid for, and we'll go right over your head.
I don't think
We
that's
don't.
an option.
You can't do that?
No, there's no source.
It's a committee.
What didn't we talk about? Wasn't there some sort of a master plan?
That was just one portion of it. That was the economic development portion, but that's all taken care
Oh,
of.
all right. Well, I would just reach out to them and just say we need it. We're gonna give you 30 days.
Why 30 days?
I'll give them a week.
I mean, if they've got, I would think you get it whatever format or status it is. You want it's not finished, right? It needs to be reviewed and
It
edited.
needs to be reviewed. It's not it's not voted on
Right,
Um,
it needs to be submitted to.
the planning board.
Right, and it has been, they're awaiting receipt of the final document. And it has been, from what they understand, they've gotten revisions, they're just looking for the final document so that they can move with what they're doing.
So you want the final document or you want whatever version or draft they have now?
I guess you would say the final version that the committee is submitting to the planning board for review,
They may
which
say,
is not the final.
it's not the- well, that's why I said the latest current draft, that way you'll get something.
The final draft, use that, the final draft of the master plan committee's work.
Okay. I can send a letter on behalf of the Board of Selectmen.
And that's all I have for my liaison report.
Okay. So, let me see.
You're up. Where are we going with this one?
All right, so a couple things. Audit committee, we have the RFP, we have a meeting tomorrow, pretty sure. And I guess all I'll say on that is because it's a Wednesday afternoon meeting and because Monday was a holiday, I had to submit the agenda by Friday. Friday afternoon, there was no one in the building at all, period, the end. So I taped it up outside and submitted so we could have our meeting. So I guess this isn't really a liaison report, but I would like to reconsider the opening of town hall or closing of town hall to the public on Friday. Just because I think we need to discuss that. I don't know what happened there.
I thought the morning it was open to public, but then the afternoon they were working, but not open to the public. Am I misunderstood that?
No, I think that's the way it was intended.
So-
We've had, almost every office has had people out for COVID. So I can't speak specifically for the town clerk's office Friday afternoon, but I know that we've been lucky to have anybody in the building last week. So.
Okay,
So
but
I think there's two issues. One is what the public hours are, and the other
well, I
is,
thought it was 9 to 12, right, or something like that, and then in the
other is-
afternoon was.
the other is staffing for the rest of the time.
So then let me, so you're saying there's nobody in the building?
There's nobody in the
Yeah, I don't doubt.
Okay, so, but, all right, well, and I'd have an issue with that, just saying if nobody's in the building, what did they put in for time cards? And if they went out on COVID, was anyone notified if they were out on COVID? Somebody's gotta be held accountable. You just can't have town hall closed, as far as I'm concerned. If my employees all left because I'm out of the building, Ross, you're not here, you don't work, so you're really in charge, you're not here, everybody goes home. If every time I left my building, everyone went home on a Friday afternoon, I'd be in trouble. So I guess we can rethink that one, then, if that's happening.
There's that. Then there was, I guess well, I think that the next one is, I made enough of, the next one was the CBA meeting, that was held, so I attended that, and I think that Mike and Beth have that under control. Would that be right, Ross? Okay, so that is good. Webmaster interviews, we posted that on the town website. And I sent out a notice, I think it was yesterday, we do have an applicant that looks good.
Yeah, I've seen that.
And I got a call from someone else who's interested, wanted to know if we should apply.
Well, I told the person that we would, the one applicant that I haven't seen from the other person, that the interviews would be set up beginning next week. So certainly,
An application.
applications would be good. It's always nice to have more than one person to consider. We should post that on the MMA website too.
Bless you.
Thank you. I attended the Conservation Commission meeting as well. And that's all I'm saying. I guess FinCom was canceled today because they didn't have a quorum. That's about it. Anybody else? Okay, announcements, communications. I don't think I put anything in the folder for that, did I?
I didn't see anything.
No.
So our next meeting is February 1st, and I have some things that are on the agenda already. One of them is follow-up for the UPWP, the bikeability, walkability study, and the Elm Street study. So let me just pull up this agenda. Mike is gonna check in with Brad Harris. Because one of the things I had put down was 2.1, meeting with MassDOT District 3. Are we District 3 or District 2?
I think 3.
To discuss Route 119 features, meaning the traffic, intersection, sidewalk, traffic signals, etc., as well as the bipartisan infrastructure bill possibilities for town roads, not just 119. So I had BTK, RP, land use coordinator. Someone sets this up with Brad Harrison. I think Mike is going to check in with Brad and to find out who the coordinator is for us, because we should talk about what we need to do to get things on the tip, the transportation improvement plan for the state.
Yep.
And where we can, keeping our eye on where we can go with the bipartisan infrastructure bill. So that's that. Also, that meeting, Beth, we're going to have a joint meeting with the planning board. Beth asked me about this today for the UPWP grant application that's due February 8th, and that has to be signed by the Board of Selectmen. And so the planning board is going to discuss possibilities at their meeting on Monday, and then bring them, meet jointly with us. So we'll be posting that as a joint. I had 3.1, appoint whomever to the position of webmaster. What else do I have? Oh, reviewing the FY23 budget and capital requests. Announce the award, if we have it by then, for the cybersecurity. We hear by then.
Yeah, can I just let you know that I received as confirmation all materials that were requested from me have been submitted, and I did get a confirmation email this morning.
Okay, so after that, we can announce the award. So I'll leave that on.
Yep.
The Conservation Commission, they updated their fee structure. We need to vote on that, on pursuing a contract for energy aggregation. Oh, I went to the Energy Committee meeting, and they would like a decision from us on going forward for aggregation for town buildings. They prefer to see how that goes before doing it for the whole community. So, so I put that on for the next meeting, and also adopting the plan for developing an energy master plan so that we can get started on that. So those two are up for discussion. And then it's just the regular thing so far. So if there's anything else that you need on that agenda, let Ross know or me know. so that we can get that finished. So the next meeting is February 1st at 6 p.m. And is there a motion to review and sign payroll and bills payable warrants out of session?
So moved.
All those in favor? Oh,
Shank.
second, I need a second. Okay, now all those in favor?
Joe Shank, yes.
Joe Sexton Duranian.
And Veronica Kelly, yes. All right, so with that, is there a motion to move into executive session and not return to open session?
Madam Chair, I move that we move to go into executive session pursuant to General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A2, to conduct strategy sessions in preparation for negotiations with non-union personnel and not return to open session.
Is there a second?
Second,
All those in favor?
Joe Shank, yes.
Chad Sexton Duranian, yes.
Veronica Kelly, yes.